these are the times on that Saturday. Did you just say? Yeah. So on that
Somebody's
Saturday,
talking.
What are we hearing?
they
Somebody's talking.
prize that starts.
We're going to call the meeting to order for the regular special city council meeting for July 29th, 2021. The time is 5:35 p.m. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Kashamba Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Councilperson Julia Botel,
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans, present. City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen. Here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman Trodrick McCoy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions for this agenda item, for this agenda tonight? Thank you.
None from staff, Madam Chair.
Very good. Are there any disclosures by council in regards to the item that's on the agenda tonight?
No.
Very good. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
Madam
there-
Chair, do you want me to announce the result of the vote, or are you going to do it, or?
The approval of the agenda was approved 5-0. There is no consent agenda for this agenda tonight. We will go into our regular council meeting. And number one, Madam Clerk.
Resolution number 7321, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, to receive oral presentations from the Good Companies, Inc. of Florida and Waste Management, Inc. of Florida, and award RFP 101121-2 for solid waste disposal services to the firm selected by council, authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract for execution by the mayor and the city clerk between the awarded firm and the City of Riviera Beach to provide solid waste disposal services, requiring and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
So moved. Second.
Very good. Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'd ask that the Deputy City Manager, Ms. Elizabeth McBride, make the presentation to the board this evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council, mayor, and city manager. Tonight, I was requested by the board to go and review the process and to answer some of the issues that were raised at the last hearing on July 21st. As a result of that, I tried to examine all the process, look at documentations for the entire process. And I'd like to start off by setting the tone for what competitive bidding laws supposed to represent in our state as well as in the nation. Competitive bidding laws have been enacted for the protection of the public. They have not been designed to protect the individual interests of bidders or proposers. Now, the city, as our state, have enacted competitive bidding laws for this purpose. And some of the reasons they have been enacted, hope I have this right. There you go. They were announced by the Florida Supreme Court in that case from 1931, Webster versus Below. And you see it ranges from making sure all the bidders are on equal terms, that collusion is not a part of the process, that we have a process that will hopefully bring the best value for our city, and it will hopefully keep everyone at the same equal advantage level during the process. In this respect, the city has enacted its procurement code. Okay, thank you. And as part of that procurement code, it does provide for requests for proposals, which was what is before you tonight with the solid waste proposal. Within the proposal, the law perceives that we should have plans and specifications, including the evaluation criteria that will be utilized for the receipt of those proposals. The evaluation committee must go back and evaluate the proposals based upon that evaluation committee. You, the council, you do not have to accept the score necessarily of the evaluation committee, but you too must go up and utilize the evaluation criteria that was presented in that proposal. And the goal is to make sure that all bids are being evaluated and bidders are placed on equal footing throughout the process, and nobody is given an advantage during that process. Now, based upon the solicitation that was entered, this is the criteria that was utilized. Some issues were raised last week related to the criteria. One of the issues raised related to, let's go to SBE or MWBE owned. I think it was constantly argued during that process that that we were counting or had goals for minority participation. When I go back and I looked at that and examined it, it really did not go to, it went to ownership, and you get this from going to the submittal instructions and requirements that were part of the RFP, tab 6, and that is all that was provided by small minority of women participation. And it said to the proposer, if your firm is a certified minority business enterprise, please submit your certification from local, county, or state certifying agency. And if we go back and look, I'm going to say the criteria there for SB or WB owned probably was not well done, and I might have mistranslated. And I'd like to take a moment to look because I want to make sure that this is correct. The first line, meet or exceeds, is correct for 15. The second line, instead of Palm Beach County, I did not change that, should be 15% participation. If you look on page 15 of the proposal, and the third line, instead of Florida, should be less than 15% participation. It probably would have been more accurate to speak of ownership instead of participation. All right. The next thing that I know to show that the proposal did not deal with MWBE participation was tab 7, which would be somewhere on page 13 of the proposal. It talks about local vendor preference, and it speaks to the part of the procurement code where the city has a preference for local businesses, and it defines what that local business could be, which it must have a permanent physical place of business within the city limits. It also must have a valid business tax receipt and a certificate of occupancy. Okay, that would be applicable. So nowhere, if you look on page 11 through 13, which sets out the submittal instructions and requirements, was there any requirements for any percentage of MWB participation? And also, if you go back and look at Schedules 1, it does ask for if the proposer is going to use any SPEs. It doesn't give any amount of ranking to it or any value to it. It does ask them to identify the work to be performed and state whether their certification is from Palm Beach County, the state, or other. For the local businesses, for vendor preferences, they, in Schedule 3 and 4, they do set the goal that is outlined in the desired range that is outlined in the local vendor ordinance. And they ask for the name of the local contractor, work to be performed by local business, and the dollar value. But there's nothing in the evaluation criteria which provides for a ranking of that particular information. All right. Now, for that tab number 6, the question, I need to go ahead, that was asked. In response, both proposals submitted a response relative to that question. Waste Management indicated it was not a minority firm, and good companies indicated and provided a certification from the Florida Minority Supplier Council indicating that they were certified by that council. That council indicates it certified Asian, Hispanic, Black, et cetera, businesses where the parties demonstrate its own 51% by the Asian, Hispanic, or minority person. Looking at the records from procurement, the procurement office did submit the question to the Florida Minority Supplier Council, and they did verify that the company had it. And that is why, I guess, during the previous scoring, that company ended up with 15, which would have been the highest amount, meet or exceeds. And Waste Management said less than 15% participation on the sheet. That's why they ended up with 5. Now, also, in the process of looking at everything related to this bid, one thing that became alarming to me was an addendum to the bid was provided, and the city was stated as in response to the question of whether exceptions were permitted. Can exceptions to the RFP be taken, or will the city reject them and are deemed the proposal non-responsive? The city answered yes, that exceptions could be taken. Basically, Florida is a case where procurement has been heavily litigated. There is a broad world of litigation related to procurement.
Madam Chair.
The case law has, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Ms. McBride.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So would you mind explaining for, I guess, perhaps even me and perhaps members in the public, what exactly you mean when you are using the terminology exceptions, what that
Okay.
means in terms of the solicitation?
All right. It means that somebody want to propose something, be it an exception or be it a modification, you want to propose something different from what is encompassed. Go back up to the first slide. The request for proposal, it was indicated it should be providing the plan specification, including the evaluation criteria that all the bidders know will apply to them, okay? And that goal is to keep them all on equal footing during this process, to make sure we are not viewed as providing favoritism, we're not being collusive or engaging in any misconduct with any bidder. And basically, case law in this state will indicate whether or not we granted it to them, generally we don't give any exceptions to bidders who And we usually would provide that they are non-responsive if they're going to take exceptions to requirements we have. But there's also case law that says agencies should not create exceptions, because then you too permit and create an environment where all your bidders are not on equal footing. Okay? And based upon my reading and finding of that, it is the recommendation of staff that the bids be rejected, all the bids be rejected, and we redo this process and clear up then the discrepancies that were found within the process.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council in regards to this presentation?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I just have one question that relates to timeline. So when will the new RFP be issued? Do we have that information yet?
No, we're working on that, but we'll be working to probably get that done, hopefully within the next 3 weeks.
Okay.
Okay, yes.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
before I ask my questions, I want to see if we could hear public comment, and then I'll go into my questions and concerns.
Okay.
You wanted to wait to? Oh, public comment. I see. Very good. Madam Clerk?
Shauna Barnes, Willie Good, Tanisha,
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And thank you so much, city staff, for explaining your recommendations. It is not coming pleasantly, just because as a fellow subcontractor, we have worked earnestly in working with the good companies and eager to work with the good companies for this contract. So it's a little bit disheartening to hear the recommendations from the city. We understand it, but it is a little bit disheartening, and especially for the time that we've taken. I do also, though, want to talk about what was raised last week regarding my firm, stating for, or certification for call center services. On the actual form that was utilized for local vendor preference, call center services was not added on there. The service that I perform, or I'm supposed to be performing, is administrative and outreach services. Nowhere on the local form was there any call center services on it. Therefore, that was the form that is utilized to get points, so it cannot be stated that we do not have call center services on our certification, as that was not one of the services on that form. The call center services is an offering being offered by GCI through our outreach program. It is an added bonus to the city because we surveyed your residents and they advised that they were having issues connecting with your current incumbent. Therefore, we decided to address that issue from the jump to provide a designated call center where it can answer questions and emails from residents. We are able to use the data that we get for trend analysis. We're able to fix issues quickly because we can see who called, repeated callers, where exactly they're located, and where issues are, and be able to send appropriate responses. That is why a call center was activated or requested to be activated rather than using internal staff. So I hope and pray that the board rethink the city's request, just because as a subcontractor for us, it's a little disheartening to hear that recommendation after all the work that we've put in. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Willie Gould, Tanisha, Fred Gamble.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
We're glad to be back here in front of the city of Riviera Beach. I'm Willie Good, CEO of Good Companies. I did turn in some documents for each council member can have. I do want to clear up some things that was said about my firm and about my firm, and I do want to. We submitted an affidavit from Dale Lipscomb saying that he's not the owner of the company, and Dale Lipscomb happened to be right there. That is Dale Lipscomb. He's the vice president that signed on documents for the company. Me and Dale have been friends for 53 years. We went to every school together, worked every job together, and we still together now. So there's Dale Lipscomb. I happen to bring my stock certificates that's showing that I am the owner of Good Companies. I have all the documents here that I want to submit, and I have my certificate from the Florida State Minority Supplier saying I'm a certified MBE, minority business. Plus, I have a letter in there from my lawyer, my attorney firm, stating about the lawsuit between A&A Staffing, which is in mediation. And we have a letter from Solid Waste Association stating that the mediation has been set for the second time, and they did waive us the 10% SBE part where we wanted to do a substitution, but due to the fact that A&A had this lawsuit pending, they told us that we was exempt. And if you look at the documents from SWA, I was the vendor of the year for last year. I have they call it the vendor spotlight. They sent me a award and a letter. Plus there's a statement from John Ashama saying the Good Companies had a very professional leadership team that delivered the highest level of communication and collection service. Their team spirit and practice of rewarding each team member for excellent results, and the SWA residential and commercial customer receiving a constant high level of collection service. This from John Ashama that runs the Solid Waste Association. And if you see on the paper too, Solid Waste Association spent $4.4 million with a certified MBE, and that happened to be Good Companies. To hear what I just heard about the bid probably being voted to rebid, that's going to be a real challenging process. We put a lot of effort. We came with the best price. We are actually $1.5 million lower than Waste Management with new carts, new equipment, and a program that works for this city. So I just would like to share that with y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tanisha, Fred Gamble, KT Taylor.
Good evening, Council, citizens. My name is Tanisha. I am the office manager for the Good Companies Florida Division. Just wanted to come up here and give some heart-to-heart information in regards to what our company provides and what we stand for. It was disheartening just hearing what the city is proposing. However, I work hand in hand with employees. I've worked with people in Riviera directly, and we just want to do the job and do it right every time, 100%. Customer service is what we stand for, and we pride on that. And we want to do what is right at the end of the day. We respect our competitors 100%, and we respect the process that has been established by the council to evaluate and select the bidder. We do believe it's fair, independent, and objective. We appreciate the council not allowing the bidders to influence this process by making accusations, allegations, claims, and unprofessional comments and spreading misinformation against each other that may not be true. We believe the city has an obligation to select the bidder that offers the best value to its residents and businesses. 26 years is a long time. to not get it right. Listen to your customers. They're asking for change. They're asking for transparency, great customer service, steady and accurate billing, and accountability. And this is what Good Companies Incorporated is offering without exceptions. We respectfully ask the board and city staff to want the same thing. We look forward to comments and questions that you may have for us.
Fred Gamble, KT Taylor, Margaret Shepherd.
Good evening. I just want to speak on Taylor and Gamble's relationship with GCI. I know last week the young lady from Waste Management made it seem like that Mr. Good is for his companies reaching back out to minority businesses. But I just want to let you guys know, when I met Mr. Good in GCI, when I saw somebody who looked like me in a position like he and able to elevate so high, I'm telling you, it just inspired me. So I just want to refute those comments when she talked about the involvement and him giving back and all of that stuff. We've had a relationship with these guys for the last 3 years. We've made multiple trips to DC to their headquarters where we trained on them. And he's very inspiring because he's willing to teach back. My last name is not Good. My last name is Gamble, no relation. For somebody who to be a stranger 3 years ago to want to reach back and teach, I think that's something that should be commendable. So I just want to make that piece known that these guys are for minority involvement. And, I think you guys should consider them. Thank you.
KT Taylor, Margaret Shepherd.
Good evening, everyone. Like my partner Fred said, I'm part owner of Taylor and Gamble, and meeting Mr. Good has been just a blessing. If I could just put it in words, like that'll be the word I would use. It's been a true blessing because he took his time to tag me and Fred Gamble. We are professional trash can cleaners, but he saw more than just trash can cleaners in us. So he took his time to mold us and make us and mend us to be men of position, men of leadership, and I just appreciate him for that. My family has flew to Washington on several occasions. We've seen the process, we've seen the program, and it was so interesting to my little kids who was with me was interested in it. So that's just a small sum of just what Mr. Good has been to our company, and we appreciate him for it. And I just want to just talk about his character in that stance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret Shepherd.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. Someone asked me where I was. I had surgery on last week. But as I looked at Channel 18, I was propelled to come here and talk. The one thing I know, I don't know the Good Company. Never heard of them, never saw them. They're new in the city. But being comfortable with waste management for so many years, I think it was last year, something happened, they couldn't pick up our garbage. They couldn't pick up the shavings from the yard. But after they came back, Waste Management immediately got in there, wiped it out. Am I comfortable with them? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. A couple of the ones that drive the garbage truck, they always used to stop and talk to me on 32nd Street where my uncle lived. I want to say to you, I don't have a dog in this fight. Whoever win. But let me say to you, we were comfortable with Waste Management, and you get what you pay for. They're a little higher, I understand, and Good is a little lower, and I said there, but do we know them? We know them. We're comfortable with them. We can call them. I had somebody leaving trash in front of my door. Immediately I called. They were there sweeping that trash up. Am I comfortable? Yes, I am. Will Mr. Good come in and do a good job? This is a bad time of the year to try anything. I want you all to listen. You don't know them. I don't know them. They come with their record. I don't know what this is, track record or not. I know they have a track record. So are we going to move over or roll over because of a lower of the price? I understand they said they would come back and negotiate whatever, but I want to make sure you all understand. Right now, we are into a storm. We have had to call them in the middle of the night to come pick up those sheddings. So are we going to change? I ask you, if you go with good, I'm with you. If you go with good and it turned out bad, I'm going to be right here talking about you. And you know I will. I have no taste in my mouth because right now I feel a little comfortable. And I'm saying, once again, they're not no good. I don't know. It's the price, what you're talking about. You get what you pay for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. McBride and Mr. Evans, I just want to address my complete disappointment that currently where we're in, staff has essentially put the city in a position of where we are today, and I do have confidence that we will be able to rectify this. This will not be a repeat circumstance, but procurement has been the discussion that we've talked about for the last few months to over a year and a half, to where we need to put out quality bids and bring to this council proper recommendations that we can move forward with. I'm expecting appropriate consequences and training to take place because this position has put this council in a position of having to take a recommendation where we wanted to move forward with a contract and give our residents the opportunity to secure waste services for the next 5 to 10 years. We're absolutely better than this, and we absolutely depend upon our staff to put us in a position to help make the right decisions, and we were not done this time. So I think we're much better than this, and we have to do better for the next time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions in regards to this presentation? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. McBride and Mr. Evans, so aside from your recommendation, the direction that when we left here last week was to address those questions. In preparation, did we have or anticipate for the, I guess, the two firms to submit, aside from your recommendation?
You say submit what?
A presentation.
I don't recall what was the direction. The direction I recall was what I was directed to do. Okay.
Okay.
But certainly it never eliminate you. I didn't know whether you all had finished questioning or had any questions for any of the bidders, the proposals.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because, you know, obviously there was a conversation that occurred during the meeting, and I know one of the members said that, you know, they had concerns about some of the allegations.
Right.
Was the expectation here tonight was to be able to allow them to respond to those allegations?
Okay.
I mean, and that's, I guess, maybe it's not even a question for you, Ms. McBride, but I want to understand, was that what we should have expected, even if you didn't give a recommendation?
At the last hearing, Mr. Gould presented on behalf of Gould Companies. Waste Management presented on behalf of Waste Management. And then we were called up, and that's where it ended. I didn't know if the council would entertain. Some of the questions asked, really, only Mr. Gould could have asked because the allegations were against his company. Some of them were just allegations that amounted to opinions. So to me, they weren't. But it never occurred to me that you might not have questions even for Mr. Gould or other representatives. But I did not anticipate a presentation because they presented the last time.
Madam Chair, follow up.
Yes, sir.
So, Ms. McBride, the exceptions that you spoke of, I guess without having the addendum in front of me,
yes,
those exceptions that you speak of that would potentially not allow the process to be on equal footing, obviously they must be material or significant, I should say.
Some of them probably would be viewed as significant. One example of the requirement, they could be viewed as collectively significant, but basically, what do you mean, minor deviations or major deviations? And they range, they are there before you in the book. There are 1 to 12 exceptions that were filed. Some of them related to the carts that are being utilized are different with the number. Some of the exceptions related to what was in the contract. So, but those weren't really the ones I was focusing on. But primarily, remember I said, we granted the right for exceptions, and we should not have done that.
Okay, well, that's fair, and I can live with us.
Right.
And I'm speaking me personally. I can live with us making an inadvertent error.
Right.
Than for us to really have a process that's not fair in to everybody. Because I want to be able to know that our process is, you know, we can defend our process.
Right.
You know, but obviously if there was something that, you know, we've now learned that could lead to potential problems because of those exceptions, you know, I can certainly support that. I don't want to try to even wrestle with living with a process that we are going to be crucified for or ridiculed about because, you know, something may have been overlooked. But I am certainly okay with that. But I really got to maintain that, you know, the process is what we can stand behind.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor.
Ms. McBride, when did we find this out?
Pardon me?
Did we know this last Wednesday?
No. The thing about the exception, I think I found it out Monday morning, Monday, sometime.
Because piggybacking on Councilman McCoy, I thought tonight's meeting would be to address some of the allegations that were made against one of the companies.
Well, I think, well, may I?
Yeah.
Yeah, as part of it, I did address some of them as part of the presentation I did. One related to the certification. What else? Now, if you want me to say something, I thought I addressed the litigation last week. I indicated the litigation, whether was not viewed by any party a part of the selection process or considered. In fact, I think it would be inappropriate because the committee itself would not be able to evaluate the merit, whether the litigation have any meritorious value, but it wasn't even in the criteria. So it was not on the table. I addressed, I think, hopefully about whether or not there was any requirement of MWB participation. There wasn't. It only went to ownership and focused on the firms themselves. Both firms, Good Companies, Inc. of Florida, they are incorporated in Florida. Waste Management, Inc. of Florida, are incorporated in Florida. There was the allegation about Mr. Limpskin. Their corporate records, Goose Company in Florida, indicated that he was their treasurer. But listen, in this world of in the world of business, I guess whether I'm developing with developers or whoever, it is not unusual that people form corporations to address their exercise where they are. So I accept those things. I didn't need to go to Maryland and look at his company. He's authorized to do business in this state. And I didn't go to their home state because they are authorized to do business in this state when I pulled their corporate records. Okay?
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So if council made a decision tonight to go pick a firm, and I don't know if it's illegal, what's been.
Couldn't hear that. What is?
If council made a decision tonight to pick one of these two companies, legally, what would that do? To the city?
Asking for the legal ramifications of picking a firm this evening. Based on your comments about some of the issues in regards to the RFP itself. Yes, go ahead, Madam Attorney. Could you talk into the mic, please?
Somebody turn her mic on, please, Walter.
Mic is not on. There you go.
As Ms. McBride stated earlier, the committee that reviewed the proposals was an evaluation committee, not a selection committee. All they did was score. You are free to ignore the scoring or to accept the scoring. Mr. Mayor, if the council, to answer your question, if the council were to select a vendor this evening, that's what they have the right to do. Whatever happens after that, it depends on the proposals and what they want to do. There's always an opportunity for protest. We don't know if they would take that route or not, so that's speculative.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
And Attorney Nguyen, if you could explain to us the steps of if a protest is applied, what would happen in regards to negotiations of contracts and moving forward with our firm that we select?
The procurement code states that in the event of a protest, the award of a contract is stayed until the conclusion of the protest or until the manager, if he decides to do so, declares that the award of the contract to whoever the council chooses is in the best interest of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Are there any other questions in regards to this presentation?
Madam Chair, do we have a motion on the floor to accept the recommendation of administration?
You can make one.
I move that we accept the recommendation made by staff to reissue the RFP.
Madam Chair, members of the board, there is a motion already on the floor for the approval of the resolution as read into the record. So that motion would need to be disposed of by the person who, Ms. Miller Anderson, who made the motion. And Ms. Botel, you second the motion to withdraw your motion before you move forward with another motion.
All right, very good. So withdraw that motion, Dr. Botel, and we'll dispose of it.
I'll withdraw it.
You withdraw yours, she withdraws.
I withdraw my
her
second.
Motion, and she withdraws her second.
And then I make the motion that we accept the recommendation of staff and reissue the RFP.
Second. Any discussion in regards to this item that is on the table on the floor?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I was very clear last week that I was not in favor of throwing this out, but in light of the information that I received, you know, it really bothers me that we're even in this position, and I know that after having had the conversations with Ms. McBride and Mr. Evans and Ms. Nguyen, that there will be things put into place to ensure that this does not happen again, and also those who are involved need to have some sort of consequence because, as I said before, we're trying to move forward. We're trying to make sure that we do things the right way. We want our reputation to be that we get things done and we know what we're doing. And I just do not like the fact that we're in this position. And I hope that all parties that are involved do their very best in making sure that this stuff does not happen again. We have to get this right. We have a lot of projects that we're trying to do, and we've done some very well just recently, but we have to make sure that going forward, everybody makes sure that things are done correctly. Unfortunately, we're not in a position to not get things right. And you know, I just look forward to being able to put this back out, and I have complete confidence that the city manager will make sure that this is not going to happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion on the motion that's on the floor?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
As my colleague, Councilwoman Miller Anderson, stated last week, I was not in support of throwing this out. I'm still not in support of throwing this RFP out. I'm very disappointed, but we as a council do have the autonomy to make our own decision and move forward. The issue that we have is currently the RFP, as our Ms. McBride stated, had some errors, but the RFP that was presented to us as a recommendation is just a chart of feedback from these two organizations, and they did not give a recommendation. They just gave us information with the scoring sheet. So we do still have the option, as our attorney stated, to make a decision today if we chose to move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Very good. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson,
No.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes. Motion carries 4-1 with Councilman Lawson dissenting. Do we have any,
Madam Chair?
yes, go ahead, sir.
And I just wanted to make a comment to both organizations. Thank you so much for your efforts to work with our city. Thank you for the time, the money, the effort you put into these proposals. Both of you are honored to actually have this opportunity to come before us, and we look forward to hopefully having you as bidders in our future RFPs when our staff does put that out. So again, we're humbled that you gave us an opportunity to provide waste services. Waste management, you've been with us for years, so thank you. Good company, thank you for your interest. Thank you both.
And I concur with that as well. Thank you for your participation in this process. And we are very sorry that it ended this way, but we're going to get it right. But thank you for your input. Because we only had one item on the agenda, the next item on the agenda would be just general public comment. Do we have any general public comment cards? Very good. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, if you would, read the statement into the record, please.
Oh, very good. Please be reminded that the City Council has adopted rules of decorum, public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Public comment shall begin promptly at 7:30 unless there is no further business of the city, in which event it shall begin sooner, which is in this case this evening. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Any person who would like to speak during public comments, please fill out a public comment card located at the front desk and give it to the staff before the public comment section is announced.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the acceptance of public comment cards for the general public comments is now closed. Margaret Shepherd, Bonnie Larson, Cindy March.
Yes, ma'am.
Once again, I'm back, Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. I came because I heard Mr. Lawson start a question, and he said it to the city manager. Ms. Lanier, you interjected. Everybody was calling and said, what did he say? I said, I have no clue. Then Charger McCoy asked the question, or I guess he was trying to get an understanding, and you blatantly said, I'm the chair. I'm trying to figure out what does that mean. The chair, my understanding, get a stipend, and they, I guess, put the agenda together. By no means that you have a president over them. They asked the question, and nobody heard the question he was saying. So I called another person. They said, I have no idea. I realize I'm getting old and my hearing is gone, but I think that they have an opportunity. They got votes, believe it or not. They got a group of people following him, and him. And I want to be sure if you all think that this election is going to hold with him being gone, they got a fan base. You got to be careful how you treat people. They honestly was livid. They kept saying, what did he say? I don't know what he said. But I said, I'm coming here today, and I'm going to hear what he said. But by no means do you stop them from talking. Each one of you got time. Each one of you all are important. You're important to me, whether I vote for you or not. Whether I vote, and if I have a problem, I call you and say, such and such and such. My council person, logic, school teacher, continuously writing. And when she talked, well, what did Miss, I wish, didn't you hear it? Yeah, I heard, couldn't even call your name, honey. I said, Miss Miller Andrews, yes, I understood her. Where was the mayor? They said the mayor went home sick. Is this not an important meeting, Mr. Mayor? Was this not an important meeting for each one of you all to say, right now, we don't know the good from, we didn't throw them under the bus. I don't know them. We didn't get any information. We have no stability of who we're even talking about. So we have to rely on you, and you, and not cancel out anybody. Let them talk. That's all I have to say. Let them talk. They each got a fan base. You better believe that. You better believe it. I seen it at that luncheon. They got a fan base.
Thank you.
Bonnie Larson, Cindy March, Doretta Polk.
She used her time.
Cindy March, Doretta Polk.
Good evening, Council. This is not the first time something has been put on the agenda. It already been discussed. Your mind's already made up. But just like the person spoke before me, we put you all, and I said this last time I was here, and let me reiterate and make myself very clear. We the one vote and put you all in office. Some of us get out there in that hot sun and campaign from 7 in the morning to 7 at night, whether our candidate win or lose. That's because we put our trust in you. My trust is gone. And I give credit where credit due. One thing you can agree and disagree. I thank Kashama for explaining. You all went far beyond what you should have done. Why everything got to be voted on 5 council members? It's one person sitting on this board, is running this city, and let me tell you something. It's going to cost the city in the long run. Botel has ran this city from day one. And Lanier, you always do your little thing about respect or you're going to be marched out of here. You got to go somewhere and get some respect. Because see, respect ain't just given, it's earned. And when you have somebody in higher power than you, don't even stay here, and they mention it on social media about your despicable attitude, it's time for you to get adjustment. Because just like you got here, you can get up out of here. I don't need no police to escort me out. Because when I get through speaking, I'll go out on my own. But I love the city of Riviera Beach. I can like you or dislike you. But y'all got to do better. You got to do better. We don't know these people from Adam House Cat. I'm not saying they might not do a great job. But come on, y'all got to do better than this. Much better than this. Y'all don't even give people time to speak. If they're against something, y'all just throw them up under the bus. Oh, you can't speak, I'm the chair. Let me tell you something. Just the way that letter go up, that letter come down. And when it come down, that fall will be a little worse, then it go up. It's coming to you. And always remember, you had a second chance because you had a drug test that you didn't even pass.
Doretta Polk.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Have a good evening. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Park. They're gonna start Ms. Park's clock over again, please. Yeah, start hers over. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park. I'm a resident of Riviera Beach. I just want to talk concerning a statement my little sister made over here, Margaret Shepherd, which is a dear friend of mine. But I think when she was saying concerning the three gentlemen that's on the council, that they have a fan base, we all have a fan base. But through some of this, throughout some of these meetings, it's been terrible, the disrespect that Councilman McCoy, Councilman Lawson has had. Respect goes both ways. And when the chair says, trying to get your attention, but this alpha male appears to be coming out, and you all do not have respect for her, that's wrong. That is very much wrong. We have to have control in these meetings. If you have a disagreement with the chair, it's professionally, she should go, and you all should meet outside these meetings instead of going on and on and on. Okay. It's wrong. You have a fan base, but also we have a fan base as citizens, and all citizens, you know what I mean? So I think it is to come together and show respect and professionalism. It goes both ways, but when she's trying to get order in this diocese, you should just be calm and back off instead of being confrontational, because the citizens are definitely looking and observing and taking all of this in. Another thing concerning the waste management, for them to say how the good company has had lawsuits. I think the city of Revere Beach has had lawsuits. I think that was to bring that out. I don't know. It seems kind of unfair. But for waste management to say they're going up over 40%, I think if you decide, let them really negotiate. And I'm glad you all putting us out for bid, back out for bid. I think that's the best thing to do for the situation that has occurred. And because 40% for any citizen, even Mrs. Polk, that seems a little high to me. And we're already going to have our water bill is going to go up high because we do need a new water plant. So I suggest to everyone on this panel to be kind, courteous, and work together for the betterment of the city of Riviera Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted to just make a comment, Mr. Retta Polk. Ms. Polk, I have the utmost respect for my colleagues and every person here in this community. One of the things you made a comment is about trying to meet with any of my colleagues outside of here, outside these meetings. Being that Sunshine will not allow for that, we have to have these discussions in the open. So every conversation, whether we agree or disagree, is going to happen up here on this dais. But with respect, I'm going to continue to lead in that fashion. When it comes to the concern of the city, I'm never going to step back or fall back when it comes to having discussions that we may disagree about. But respectfully, we're always going to continue to move this city forward. So I just wanted to make sure that we were clear with that, Ms. Polk, because I don't want us to violate Sunshine. I think that's an option, first and foremost. And second thing, I want to make sure that my colleagues understand our goal is to move the city forward and to respect one another. That's all we're doing up here. Thank you, Ms. Polk.
Thank you. We are at the end of this agenda. We have discussion by the city manager.
Madam Chair, with regards to the solicitation document, and just for clarity, the document was not flawed. It was the response that staff provided to one of the proposers as it relates to the exceptions. We are going to go back and review the document and make sure that it is airtight, because nobody is more disappointed than our inability to move forward than I am. Because at the end of the day, the staff duties and responsibilities and us being able to move the agency forward falls on my lap when it's a staff internal project. And so I assure you that we will address and have conversations with the individuals that were involved in this particular process and make sure that in subsequent solicitations and subsequent review committees that they are provided the tools to be successful, so you all can be able to have the comfort and the peace of mind that the solicitation document from its inception is airtight and there's appropriate training and expectations set for those that will be serving on that committee, and then also making sure that in the event they do get questions from a proposer, that legal is involved to ensure that the responses are provided in an appropriate fashion. Because what should have occurred is once that question was proffered, all the entities that solicited should have gotten the same information, and that would in essence balance the playing field. However, the solicitation that was received, it was only in the book that was submitted where the exceptions were called out. And so in essence, that's where it created the inequities. So we are going to go back. We are going to scrub the document. I've already had conversations with Ms. Wins about obtaining some legal counsel to assist us on the solicitation process, because we have multiple solicitations that are coming forward, probably the most important ones in a generation, and we don't have the luxury of getting it wrong again. So we're going to cure the issue, we're going to move forward, and we'll make sure that we have the appropriate conversations with those that are involved in the process. And that concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Madam Attorney?
No comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mayor?
No comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Councilman Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I'm going to be inviting everybody out next Thursday at 6:30. District 5 office is going to be starting a community conversation. It's going to be a series of town halls that we're going to host all over the city to discuss the concerns of our city and to address a lot of the wins that our council has addressed. August 5th at 6:30 at the new library, we're going to be taking a tour of the library, and we're going to be focusing on the Congress corridor. YEP will be in the audience. We'll have public safety. We'll be addressing Fire Station 88, and we'll talk about the Parks Master Plan. Those are going to be some of the issues, and Mr. Evans will be making a presentation to the residents. So everyone on that Congress corridor, every gated community, every business, every resident there, please, you're welcome to attend, and resident from all over Riviera Beach. We will be hosting different conversations throughout the month of August, September, and October to discuss some of the issues and needs and concerns, and also outlining some of the ideas of Reimagine Riviera Beach. It was a great turnout, but we only had anywhere between 50 and 60 residents. We want to try to go into the community and really capture some of the residents where they are. So next Thursday at 6:30, colleagues, if you can attend, please. We'll have the entire staff out there. And then today we also had the prestigious honor of hosting the delegate from the Virgin Islands. To meet with the governor, the senators from there was amazing. Just to see the different networks and governance that's happening across our country is just an opportunity, and the joy that they had coming here to our city. Mr. Evans gave a great presentation, and we were able to take them over to the new site on the corner of 13th and Barak and show them some of the progress that our city has made. So, Mr. Evans, thank you for organizing that, and thank you to my colleagues that were able to attend as well. We gave greetings from the entire city. It was a great opportunity to showcase the city of Riviera Beach to the consulate from the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Evans, are we not going to do the Reimagine Riviera Beach workshops around the city? Is this something different from what Councilman Lawson is speaking tonight?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
We are going to have some additional conversations with the community, but those are conversations where the next meeting that we're having with the community is associated with Fire Station 86 and Fire Station 88, those conversations. And then we're going to go back out and follow up with the community when we get some feedback from the board on the solicitation document associated with the option that was proffered concerning the City Hall campus. So you get a presentation on Wednesday from Mr. Nottingham that's going to give you the comprehensive feedback. Once we get the feedback from the board, then there probably will be some additional conversations with the community, but we're going to try to work very aggressively, and we have a short window because our intent is to get a solicitation document wrapped up and ready to go, and then planning for a groundbreaking on the new site, if that's the site that's selected by the community, by the centennial celebration on the actual day that the city turns 100. Our goal is to break ground on that new campus. So, and as previously mentioned, if there is any board member that wants to host meetings or any HOAs, I know I've had conversations with the chair and others that will be hosting community town halls. We have a consolidated reimagine session that we would be more than willing to share with as many people that want to hear it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Yeah, just to answer my...
Wait a second, are you through, Ms. Waddell?
I have
It was-
more,
Okay.
I just wanted to
It
clarify
was my,
that I
my
wanted to
floor, and I believe she
understand
was
what the
getting
nature of it
clarity,
was.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair.
Very good, go ahead.
Yeah, so, and Councilwoman Dr. Botel, I believe every opportunity that we take to get the message out and receive feedback from our community is just going to be vital right now, because we have the most development that this city has ever seen happening over the next few years. And I think this council and staff will be able to get it done. So as many conversations that can be had is what we want to try to do. So in addition to the meetings where we'll talk about 86 and 88, I think public safety is a hot topic item that we really want to address and delve into. YEP, Parks Plan. So this is going to be a continuation and a constant series. So I'd love for you to attend as well, and just for the support of my colleagues to make sure that we can get the voice of the residents heard and move forward with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
But it's just to clarify, it's
Yes, ma'am.
it's different from what Mr. Evans is going to be doing.
It's encompassing what Mr. Evans is going to be doing, in addition to other topics like public safety, youth programs, Parks and Rec services. Okay. So the consolidated program of Reimagine will be encompassed into the workshop, into the community forum that we're going to have. So it'll be a continuation of what he's doing and just kind of build upon that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Councilwoman McCoy.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Bodell?
Yes, I have committee reports. I attended the Palm Beach County League of Cities meeting this past week, I guess it was, and we, again, I think I spoke about this last time, but just to reiterate, the Palm Beach County League of Cities has put together a group of 39 building officials to consider an ordinance that would require any building, with the exception of 1 to 2 family dwellings, greater than 3,500 square feet, east of I-95 to have an inspection every 25 years, and west of I-95, because it's not so concerned about the salt intrusion, every 35 years. This is preliminary information. We haven't gotten the final report yet from that committee, but we will need to do something with our own building codes when that comes out. I also attended a meeting of the SoFi group, that's Securing Our Future, which is an initiative that seeks to create pathways for economic mobility for families with children ages 0 to 18. And their intent is to reduce the poverty level by 10% over the next 10 years, which I think is a laudable goal, and I'm anxious to see if we can get that done. In terms of my own comments, again, if you're a resident of a high-rise building, please have your building manager hire an engineer to attest to the structural soundness of the building. COSI, which is our Community Officers Association of Singer Island, will be putting together a meeting to provide guidance. My next quarterly town hall meeting will be Thursday, August 19th at 6 p.m. at the Ambassador Center. I believe we'll be doing it hybrid. I think Walter will be there, I hope, to make sure that it's virtual as well as real time, but please come in person if you're available. And the last two things, we're planning a health fair in collaboration with Councilwoman Lanier for the entire community to be held at Azure Estates, formerly known as Stony Brook, on September 25th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. We've got the Diabetes Coalition, the County Vaccination Bus, the Palm Beach County Medical Society, et cetera, and we'll be continuing to plan that meeting. And the last item is we're planning a meeting for August 17th with Logistics and Transportation Subcommittee of our Workforce Development Task Force. We'll be discussing, among other things, the establishment of a CDL, Commercial Driver's License Program for Riviera Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. My comments are not till Councilwoman Miller Anderson gives hers.
Thank you. I only have one. Put my glasses on. Hold on. The gentleman that came to us about a month or so ago for the medical detoxification building that he's looking to bring off of Broadway and 14th Street, I think it is. He's having a community meeting for those that live in the area. It'll be on Tuesday, August 3rd at 5:30 p.m. at Jay's Ministries at 2831 Avenue S. He needs to have this meeting because I told him it was important to make sure that the residents gave input. So those of you that live in the area of, obviously everybody is welcome, but those who would be directly impacted would be those that live near 14th Street and Broadway. Again, the meeting is Tuesday, August 3rd, 5:30 p.m., 2831 Avenue S. And I believe the clerk will advertise it so that any council members that want to come and be in attendance, you can, or mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate greatly that the staff was professional enough to make a hard call when it is the right thing to do for the city. We appreciate them making that call and for us to be able to get this right. And also that Councilman Lawson and I, generally have a very collegial relationship, and I acknowledge his input. And with that being said, this meeting is adjourned. We're going to give about 5 minutes. We will call the City of Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency to order. It is July 29th, 2021. The meeting is starting at 7:05 p.m. Madam Clerk for the roll call.
Commissioner McCoy?
Here.
Commissioner Botel?
Here.
Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Here.
Chair Lanier?
Here.
We have Jonathan Evans as the Executive Director for the Riviera Beach CRA.
Present.
Michael Haygood as the Counsel for the CRA. And Shirley Desir as CRA Clerk.
Shirley Lanier, I'm the CRA clerk too?
Desir. Sound like you said Lanier.
Oh, she said Desir. Ah. I was like, okay. All right, very good. We will have the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence from Commissioner Douglas Lawson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we look at our item under agenda, do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions for this item?
None from staff, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry for the whole agenda. None from staff, any from the council, commission? Very good. As we look at this agenda that is before us this evening, are there any disclosures by commission or staff in regards to any of these items that are listed on this agenda this evening? Very good. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda as is?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk? Let me interject before you give the roll call that the mayor has joined the dais. Go ahead, ma'am.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson?
Chair Pro Tem here. I mean, yes.
Chair Lanier?
Here.
Motion carries.
Very good. The consent agenda. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine, and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that that anyone wants to pull for further discussion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Very good. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Co-Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Very good. We are at the end of our consent agenda and and it's into our regular agenda. Number 4, Madam Clerk.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving an agreement with Pittman Law Group, LLC, for a term of 3 years to provide legal services to the RBCRA. The acceptance of public comment cards is now closed.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, I do.
All right, very good. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, this item before you this evening is to seek approval of the resolution.
Let's back up. We didn't get a motion for it.
Sorry. Motion to approve the resolution authorizing a contract with the Pittman Law Group.
All right, very good. We have a motion on the floor for this item.
Second.
Very good. Madam Clerk, could you say that the public comment for this item is closed?
The acceptance of public comment cards is now closed.
Sorry, Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the item before you this evening is to enter into an agreement with the Pittman Law Group for the purposes of providing legal services to the Community Redevelopment Agency for a term of 3 years. If there are any questions on the item, our city attorney, Ms. Donwin, is present to provide any guidance or perspective with respect to the agreement that's before you this evening, and staff recommends approval of the resolution.
Thank you. Are there any discussions in regards to this item from the council?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, discussion for the contracts. Taking a look at the terms of the contract. What, do we have any public comments, Madam Chair?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. I'm sorry. You're right. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, Ms. Nguyen.
Ms. Bram for public comment.
Ms. Mayor, Bram Rivera Beach, I did have a card under consent here. I did give her a card before you even started.
Okay.
In with your meeting. This was about the posted positions.
You guys had comments for consent?
Of the CRA as well. So I don't know how you all are going to conduct this, but now you're on item number 4.
Yes, we apologize, Ms. Bram. You can go ahead and give your comments, even though we voted on it. You can go ahead and give your comments for the consent agenda.
I also had a card in there for item number 4.
Yes, ma'am, but go ahead and do the 3 minutes for that, and then we'll let people do that for consent
Madam
first.
Chair.
Yes.
So procedurally, because it's required that we have public comments before we decide, I think we have to move back to reconsider consent. That is the only proper way to move forward. And I think Mr. Evans is trying to get your attention.
Oh, were you trying to get my attention?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right.
The commissioner's absolutely right.
Yeah, okay, we can just back up then.
So I would offer.
So who made the motion to?
I withdraw the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Very good.
I think I did. I withdraw mine as well.
So, Madam Chair, can I move to reconsider consent?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Second.
So move.
Second.
Is there a second? Yeah. Very good. So it's off the table, and Ms. Bram.
Roll call vote.
Roll call for the.
Reconsider of consent.
To reconsider the consent item agenda.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Co-Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Very good. Now, Ms. Bram, you can give us your public comment.
Under the item
Yes,
on
ma'am.
consent now, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Mayor, Bram Rivera Beach, to post those positions for the clerk as well as the administrative assistant is very important for this board here. This board here is the board that we're hoping that will move our redevelopment. What we as the general public want, we want that roundabout. We want multitaskers because we know that the budget is in a shortfall, not just on the city side, but as well as all over. So in order to get qualified and good people and in these positions here, I'm for one, and I know that others stand with me as well. If we are to look better, be better, we need to have people in the positions whereas that, not coming on the job training. I don't have time to train you. I need for you to bring it to that table there. I need for you to be at the table there, whereas that if something needs to be done, you're already familiar with this. You already know how to move it. And a lot of times we get stagnated and antiquated because you've had somebody in positions for up to 10 years. You sort of get that stagnation and that antiquated mind, whereas that, this is how it's going to move. But critical thinking is always thinking that is also dictated out of the box as well. So if we are to move and if we are to see ourselves in a better limelight for the city here, we need that type of, not just skill set, but someone that comes on the job, that have been in that field there, that Ms. Brand would not have to stand over your shoulder and watch you. And another thing too, we cannot keep affording to hire people that know someone, you know, because a lot of times we get hung up and caught up in that. Because this is also what I've seen in this city time and time and time again. And if you do not work out, I don't want you to stay in here a year, 2 years, and 3 and 4 years. I think we did pass some resolutions in reference to those type of amendments that do not stay in here. Do not do this to us. Do not just sit and parlay our money and do not live up to the profession. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Consent agenda, Ms. Yes, she has to. Do you have the cards for the consent agenda?
I did for her. That was my mistake. I don't have any more.
Ms. Larson, you didn't have? Come on up. Come on up.
Bonnie Larson, for a long time, my cards would get lost. I hope this is not starting again, because I put it there even before the meeting started. I put it there. All right, we have on here, well, first of all, let me do the short one. It says request for approval of meeting minutes from May 28th. That's 2 months late. That's unacceptable. Now, I'm a little disappointed. We used to have a court reporter, and I think that was a very good idea. It's worth its weight in gold, because now we have an RFP for a clerk, executive administrator / the same person, CRA clerk. Should we have had a clerk all along, or is this just something we want to do now, or what's the deal with that? But I read the I read what that person's supposed to do. Boy, that list is about a mile long. I don't know how one person can do all that. The other thing in there is transcribing the minutes. Do you have any idea how long it takes to transcribe minutes? You listen to it, you backtrack on it, you do hours and hours and hours. I think that court reporter was well worth it, and it got here and it was word for word. Because to put in any office you go into, the receptionist usually gets charged with doing the minutes, and everybody hates that. They don't want to do the minutes because it's so time consuming. We had years ago, I remember one particular meeting when the city was doing their own minutes, and they said that a particular speaker, I shall not name, talked about the Marina. That was in the minutes. So-and-so talked about the Marina. That told you nothing, and that's the way our minutes were going. We can't have that. We've got a lot of things coming up, going on. We need word for word. So if something happens, we got it right there in writing. And like I said, I don't know how one person can do all those things. And what does that leave for the office manager to do? I don't know. I went to the city today, or the CRA today, looking for a copy of the backup of this meeting because I had a lot of comments on it. I couldn't get it. The CRA said, oh, we're moving, we don't have a printer. I was over at the city where they're moving. They said, no, we don't have a working printer. Nobody had a printer for tonight's backup. And out here, there's no backup. I would like a copy of that. Now, what kind of organization is that when the office manager doesn't have a printer? That makes no sense. I said, could you send it to somebody else? You know, in the city, maybe they could print it. Nope, can't do it. So that's also unacceptable. The office manager's got to be on top of things, and it's not a good situation to say we don't have a printer. So I will be looking for the agenda tonight. I want to see it, the backup, because I have a lot of things to comment on tonight. Now I can't tell you on page so-and-so because I didn't get it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Are there any other, consent agenda comment cards?
No, there isn't.
All right, very good. Mr. Evans, do you want to address those comments from the consent agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair. The position that folks were talking about is an existing position in the agency. It was more of a administrative level position, and clerk duties really secondary. We decided to flip the job duties and responsibilities to make the clerk function more robust and professionalize the position, so we added additional degree requirements. We did put that we did want somebody with a CCMC or MMC, Certified Municipal Clerk or Master Municipal Clerk, so that provides for additional depth and understanding of Florida statutes and the operation of a city clerk. Also, they will be assisting in some clerical duties and responsibilities. Our office manager, Ms. Desir, functions as the office administrator, but also our de facto HR wing of the agency. So she's involved in a lot of personnel actions, onboarding persons, working with human resources, benefits administration, and the like. So there's a lot of things that that particular position does, whereby this position would be more focused on the city clerk and then supporting some of the other duties and responsibilities in the office. We do apologize for the inconvenience. CRA staff is moving. The move should be completed over the next couple of days, and so we're hooking up, getting things connected to the network, and so we should be able to provide those types of services. And so we can cure that concern that one of the residents pointed out in subsequent meetings, and we will provide additional copies at the regular meetings that have backups. But again, those backup documents are quite lengthy, so if persons do want the backup, if you can provide us advance notice, we can also provide that to you, because in some cases, I know on the city side and also on the CRA side, you can have 5 to 1,000 pages of backup. So if there is advance notice, we certainly will accommodate folks.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
And about the question about the transcription, we still have the lady that does the minutes, right?
Right. We still have the transcription services, and she just provides it in a remote status, because she obviously watches our meeting. And then what will happen, then that information is provided to the clerk, and then the clerk is the custodian of making sure that that gets placed on the agenda. That's why we decided to bolster the requirements associated with the job, because we wanted to make sure those types of things are done with a lot more frequency and are coming to the board in a shorter timeline than it has been. But also it does depend on the time that person has that is transcribing the minutes and providing it to us, to getting it on the agenda with the board to approve.
Thank you. We are at the end of our consent agenda. We've had public comment. Is there any other discussion regarding the consent agenda?
Move to approve consent.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Co-Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approves.
Motion approved 5-0. Item number 4.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving an agreement with Pittman Law Group, LLC, for a term of 3 years to provide legal services to the RBCRA. The acceptance of public comment cards is closed.
Move to approve the agreement with Pittman Law Group.
Second.
Very good. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, pursuant to the actions that the board took with regards to legal services and directing staff to go out for competitive solicitation, staff has done that, and the board authorized staff to negotiate an employment agreement with the Pittman Law Group to provide legal services for the Community Redevelopment Agency. Working in collaboration with the City Attorney's Office, we were able to come to terms with an agreement that's before you this evening, and staff is recommending approval of the resolution, and the City Attorney, Ms. Donwin, is here to answer any legal questions the board may have related to the agreement.
Thank you. You have a presentation, or are you just answering questions?
I have a short presentation.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Mr. Evans stated, this is a contract with the Pittman Law Group for a term of 3 years. The the firm will receive, according to the RFP, a monthly retainer of $10,000, which will apply to the first 40 hours of services, and thereafter any additional services will be billed at the rate of $250 per hour for each attorney. Because your last CRA meeting was canceled, there will need to be a change to the agreement just to reflect the date of today's date as the start date of the commencement date of the agreement, and then of course the ending date will correspond to that. Additionally, I did place in here incorrectly the paragraph concerning, it's usually standard in the contracts, it's a paragraph concerning the Office of the Inspector General having jurisdiction over this contract, and the Office of the Inspector General does not have jurisdiction over CRAs. And so when I make the change to the date, I'll be making the change to take that out as well. And I understand that your former clerk is no longer with the CRA, and I'll be making the change to the clerk as it relates to the request for any request for public records in this document. And I'm prepared to answer any questions you have.
Very good. Any questions for Ms. Nguyen in regards to this item?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Nguyen, in regards to negotiation, discussion of the contract, there were a few things that I was reviewing in the contract that did concern me. The initial retainer of $10,000 is going to be based on the first 40 hours of service. So if this firm provides 2 hours or 40 hours, they're still going to receive that $10,000 retainer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That was the first concern. And then the second concern is in regards to billing of calls to the commission. Anytime that we actually make a call to our representation, we will be billed for those services within those hours.
That's correct.
Okay. And outside of that top 40, that'll be $250 per hour.
That's correct.
Okay. My concerns were the pricing. Everything else looked standard in the contract based upon what we saw, but the pricing was my biggest issue. With our responsibility to our taxpayers, the last few years of legal services, we've had an average maximum of, I believe, $7,600 is the max that we paid to the previous firm. In regards to discussion and negotiation, in good faith, I would be willing to counter with this amount that we've offered to this firm for the sake of keeping our consistent legal services and rate comparable to what we've been paying, so that we don't push the budget that we've had over the last 10 years in regards to legal services. I'm ecstatic with the firm that we've selected and also the representation that we will have. But I would actually want to see if we can actually reduce that initial retainer, possibly to a flat 40 hours with the same retainer, but looking at a maximum of between $75,000 and $8,000 for retainer purposes, and then still being billed at that additional $250 per hour for services over the 40, just because we want to keep it consistent with what we've been doing and within paying for our legal services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions in regards to this item? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Lawson, I appreciate your comments, and I too kind of thought that was concerning, but this is actually completely inconsistent, because while we had a firm that had one attorney, this firm is bringing 3 attorneys, and certainly I'm not trying to not be frugal, but I don't want to sit here and this is complex, and I think what we do need is someone that's going to hit the ground running. Quite frankly, just looking at the nature of the various subject matters that's going to be covered in this, from sunshine law to special district law, municipal law, CRA, general Florida statutes, public records. I certainly don't have an issue with that amount, but I just wanted to point to you that they aren't consistent. We had one attorney, and those were the terms for quite some time, and I'm okay with it. So that is my response to you. But I did have a question to perhaps Mr. Evans regarding this contract. Does this contract cover? It wouldn't include any CDC legal services, would it?
No, Madam Chair, if I may, no, it doesn't cover CDC services. They actually have their own legal representation.
Okay, so, but because the CRA is connected with the CDE, and I know I'm thinking in terms of how we conduct the audit. We have a CDE separate audit, and then we also have the CRA audit. Does the same apply here, that they'll be the counsel for the CDE?
They will be the counsel for the CDE, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions in regards to this item?
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
During that period when this item was going to come before the board, there was correspondence and conversations that were happening with the Pittman Law Group related to CRA business and making sure that they were up to speed. And so I know that the attorney had specified that the contract making it effective today, but I wanted to see if I can get direction from the board to basically make the firm whole for the services and review that they have done in good faith from the time when this was supposed to come before the board. Remember, the reason that this did not come from the board, unfortunately, we had a situation related to COVID that required us to postpone the meeting, and so there was an impetus that we were going to be moving forward on that, and so we were providing information and making sure that they could be up to speed and hit the ground running. So I was going to see if I can get authorization from the board to effectively make them whole now. We were still working with Mr. Haygood because he was still counsel of the CRA, but we thought it was only prudent to make sure that the new counsel was up to speed with regards to some of the things we have going on, so there's a short learning curve for them to be able to provide service to the CRA.
Question.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Evans, do you know exactly what that amount is?
I do not know exactly that amount is. I can certainly provide that and bring that back on a subsequent agenda with the actual amount if that's the pleasure of the board.
Well, my thinking is we're on what, the 29th of the month, and I mean, if we're talking something that's I don't even want to estimate and guess incorrectly what that amount is. Would this contract, if it went into effect today, would that payment for $10,000 a month cover the month of July, or would that essentially start August 1?
I think what we would probably do is end up rolling it from, the start of, so the 29th would actually be the official, so the 29th of every month conceivably would be that 30-day period or that month, or would we look to prorate it for the month? I don't think we got into those specific nuances. Ms. Nguyen, if you had some comments with regards to that.
Another suggestion, if the parties are all amenable, is that the work that they did from July 14th until today could be billable at $250 an hour. So you get away from the monthly retainer for the month of July because it was not a full month anyway.
That sounds, well, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I'm okay with that, but I just don't want to blindly circumvent the processes that's set forth and why we actually get contracts and have legal agreements to establish that rate. And certainly, it's nothing to you, Mr. CRA Director, but we would be essentially authorizing the payment of legal services when the very item that we passed or we voted on consent was just that, legal services that generally always come to the board. So I don't have a problem with allowing for, I guess, exactly what Ms. Nguyen stated, but I didn't want to kind of start off, upside down, if you will.
And Madam Chair, if
yes,
I may,
go ahead.
And I asked the question as it relates to legal services, and that's been something that's been a practice. There's no actual policy that says that the invoices that come, and we still are going to bring the invoices as part of the agenda, but I did want to know that that's just been common practice for the CRA to effectively do that, to bring those invoices. But the reason that we did provide them information is because we were having a lot of substantive discussions and conversations and thought it was only prudent to make sure that they were on the front end of some of those conversations. So if it is the pleasure of the board, I can bring that back with what the billable rate would be and the services that were provided, and that would be something that you can authorize at your next regular meeting.
Thank you. Any other items in regards or questions in regards to this item?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I wanted to ask staff if we know what the average hours monthly that our previous legal counsel was billing for the last probably 6 months?
Anyone has a response to that?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I believe the last 6 months probably was around that 7,800 to 7,500 mark.
Total hours, Mr. Evans?
For the 6-month period?
No, per month. If we can give just the last 3 months, what were the hours, if you could pull that up for us?
If you can give me a moment, I'd have to.
Thank you. And to that point, while Mr. Evans is pulling that up, to my colleague, Councilman McCoy, one of the biggest things that we have to look at is we do have the representation from 3 attorneys from this firm, but at the same time, I believe that this initial offer was what was provided and put into the RFP. I don't believe any negotiation or discussion in regards to the item was done. If we go back to when our great city manager and CRA director came, there was still going to be a discussion about contracts because my profession and a few of us, we negotiate contracts for a living. And based upon this price point, it wouldn't be nickel and diming. It's getting the most bang for our buck. So we do have a fiduciary responsibility to our taxpayers. At the same time, an ask, I think, would be necessary versus just giving what was put on the table. And that's where the request would come in, because looking at the hours that we're going to be billed, this price is going to take us about 30% higher in regards to our budget we've been operating for the last couple years.
Very good, thank you. You have any information for Commissioner Lawson, Mr.
Madam Chair, we're pulling it from our system.
Okay, very good.
Question.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So, Commissioner Lawson, I certainly respect that, and I would be the one that would be making that argument, and I respectfully understand your position.
Yes,
I don't care either way. If you want to submit an offer, a counter offer, then that's fine. Ms. Nguyen, or perhaps even the better person is Mr. Evans. The last contract we had, was that even adjusted during the time of the last 16 years with that firm? Because when I looked at that agreement, I think that agreement took us all the way back to, must have been at least 2004, maybe?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes,
I
go
believe
ahead.
that there wasn't, what I saw when we did the research was basically a memorandum or an agreement that had stipulated the billable rate, and that was what carried the relationship in perpetuity. I don't think there was a actual contract per se that was utilized for legal services. And I don't think that there was any adjustments to my knowledge to the billable rate since the inception of the relationship. Mr. Haygood is on the line. He can provide more specificity on that.
Very good. So, Mr. Haygood, you want to speak to that issue? Mr. Haygood? There you go.
It was a $265 per hour fee that was charged to the CRA from the inception of the retainer.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I have the number. So based on the last 3 months, the amount has been about $8,300 per month.
Very good. So are the questions answered, sir? Go ahead.
So to that point, go ahead. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I guess to that point, we've been paying an average of about 30 hours based upon the price point of $265 an hour. And that average amount of $8,300 for the last 3 months is only based on 30 hours. So we're going to be paying $10,000 for the 40-hour mark. And I just wanted to see if my colleagues would be in support of negotiating a price with the firm, being that there was no negotiations done from the initial RFP.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I certainly understand the concern for the amount of money, but I think we have to take in consideration, as Mr. McCoy said, what we're getting for this amount. I think with the experience, the relationships, the knowledge I think that supports the amount in itself. I mean, you know, we've paid for things over time where we probably didn't always get our money's worth. And so I think for this particular situation, knowing what we're getting, knowing what the potential is, obviously they haven't been with us yet, so we don't have a track record, but just from track records of other things that we've seen them be involved with, I'm comfortable with moving forward with this amount and the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions about this item? Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, Madam Chair. So it's just, and that's where the question is. I wanted to have this dialogue and discussion with my colleagues because I absolutely want to be uniform when we support this firm. If we're going to go into a discussion of a price point, I want to have that amount. If we're going to go forward with this amount, and this is where my colleagues stand, I want to support them as well. So that's why I want to have this discussion before we take a vote, because if there's any differences of opinion or any way of us moving forward, let's talk about that, and then otherwise we can move forward with this new firm.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, you have public comment card.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. I'm so sorry. Public comment for this item number 4, please.
We have Ms. Bram, followed by Ms. Larson.
I did not forget about you, Ms. Bram. I just,
Ms. Mayor Graham, Riviera Beach. I was in here when the presentations was made for both attorneys, the Pittman Law Group as well as Attorney Pedro. I sat in, I took notes, I pulled files and stuff. You all know this is what I
yeah, put a microphone up, Ms. Brown. There you go.
I sat in here. I went through the presentations of both groups. I agree with what McCoy was saying as well as Commissioner Anderson was saying. We can only get as good and great as we are. The Pittman Group is a firm. It is 3 or maybe 4 attorneys in there. We have a tendency that when we have one attorney and their areas are not precisely in those areas, we have to go outside and we spend tons and tons of monies. And what we are in now and how we are to proceed, we need the expertise of that roundabout that this firm can bring. I'm sort of saddened when I hear about we taxpayers, when we can give different groups and stuff, monies and stuff, and ask the manager to set aside these monies here to pay for this when we're trying to move forward, and then have what we need in order to move us forward. We have to stop this reprobated mind. Either you're going to be right or you're going to be wrong. It is no middle here when we're trying to do the things that are right to move us forward and to have what we need in order to move us forward. I have no problem in paying for good service. Because remember what I said in the interview. I want the butter and the meat. I don't want the bread. I want the butter and the meat. So if I pay you, you're going to produce in all of those areas what you need to produce in. Because this is the CRA, and I always say the CRA is the city itself. So we will only be as great as we are. And I want to believe that all of you all are great because Bill Brown want to be great too. And I'm not great, but I want to be great. And whoever we have, hopefully, that if they don't work out, remember what I said before, we're not going to keep you around here. because you're wasting our taxpayers' money. That's where the taxpayers' money come in.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Ms. Larson?
Bonnie Larson, I've advocated for a firm to be our attorney for a long time. Only when we get Mr. Jonathan Evans does he put that before the board, because we ask one attorney to do all kinds of different situations, and one attorney is not well-versed in everything we ask him to do. Now, my question now is, I heard you say about something about we'd have 3 attorneys there. We're not going to get Sean Pittman because he's our representative, so it's not going to be him. It's going to be 3 other people. Are we limited to those 3 people? I mean, what if we have a situation and those 3 are not well-versed in it? Are they going to, allow other attorneys to step in and give us some good advice? I hope so. The thing I noticed when I started reading the contract, I like to read contracts, but I was reading it online, and one thing I noticed right away was at sometimes during a contract, Riviera Beach has to certify letters to our vendor and them to us. What I noticed right away is there's no address in there for Pittman Law Firm. We need that to be on the first page where we announce them. We need their address, their legal address. And they say they're going to give copies of correspondence to Tamara at the CRA. And they list the BB&T address. No. Is Tamara the one who's not there anymore? I'm not sure. Anyway, we need our documents to go to or Jonathan Evans also. We can't have it going just to one person. And like I said, the address is at the BB&T building where we're moving. So, that's got to be changed. There's one paragraph in there about their charges, which leaves things kind of open-ended, almost like writing a blank check. I can't tell you what page it's on. I think it's in the beginning because I don't have a copy. But it's very open-ended about what they can charge us for. When I would ask for documents at the CRA, I would often be told Mr. Haygood has the original documents. Well, don't we have a copy here? No, he keeps all our documents. Oh, that's a poor system, really poor system. We're the city, we need the legal documents as well as our attorney, whoever that is. We need to have that. So that was always an issue with me. They said he's the one who has it, and he's the only one who has it. Okay. All right, so this is Sean Pittman's firm that we're hiring. How is that going to affect us because he's now an employee, because he's also a representative in Tallahassee? How's that going to work out? Is that a conflict of interest, or what's going to happen there with that when we sign this agreement? Also, when we have contracts, other than the Pittman contract.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So sorry, Ms. Larson. Are there any other comments for this item?
There are no more public comments.
So, Mr. Evans, could you speak to a couple of those issues that were raised?
Yes, Madam Chair. The Pittman Law Group is going to, of course, provide legal services to the CRA. There are 2 attorneys that will be assigned to us if this contract moves forward. Mr. Pittman will also jump in depending on whatever the needs of the agency are. I would assume that in his firm, if they cannot provide the service, then they would look to bring additional legal counsel in that can assist in facilitating whatever the challenge or issue may be with the CRA. But I know Mr. Pittman will be involved. He still will serve as the principal lobbyist on behalf of the city and continue to do that. And that's why he has the competent and capable staff that he has to be able to work with the CRA exclusively. I did have a conversation with staff. We do have all the legal documents. We are the custodians of those documents, so we in fact do have them. And I believe that may have been all the questions that were just asked by the speaker.
Very good.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Provide a bit of clarification. The contract states that not only Mr. Pittman, but Attorney Smith and Attorney McKinney-Williams, as well as other members of the firm, will be available to assist. So however many members of the firm are at the firm, employed by the firm, they will be at the disposal of the CRA should they need them. We will add the address of the Pittman Law Group to the contract while we're making all these other changes. And there also is no conflict because Mr. Pittman and none of the members of the firm are employees of the CRA. They're all independent contractors.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions before we call this question? Very good. Madam Clerk?
So Madam Chair, Commissioner Lawson offered I'm sorry, I don't know where we left off. Was there something you was looking for, Commissioner?
Yeah, I was looking for a discussion in regards to negotiating of the contract. There was no negotiation that was done in regards to the pricing. It was an acceptance of what the initial offer was. My colleagues, based upon the two comments, seem like there is a direction of moving forward with the price as is. I didn't hear from the other two colleagues, so Madam Chair, call the question moving forward.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Co-Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We have a 7:30 public comment for our public comment, not on specific agenda items. Do we have any public comments for our regular public comment time?
Yes, we do.
All right, very good. Please be reminded, the CRA Board of Commissioners has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the Commissioner Chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless there is no further business of the CRA Board of Commissioners, which in that event it shall begin sooner. In any addition, if any item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded, which is this case. Any persons who would like to speak during public comment, please fill out a public comment card located at the front desk and give it to the staff before the public comment section is announced. Madam Clerk.
The first
please say that public comment card, public comment section is now closed.
The public comment section is now closed.
Thank you.
Do we want to take a moment?
I have Mary Bram, followed by Margaret Shepard, then Erica Davis, Barney Larson, Rod James, and Ms. Polk.
This is Mayor Bram, Riviera Beach. I'm going to give a shout out. Ms. Brown will never be accused of not being a participator instead of a spectator. On last Saturday, I attended the seniors, the senior little thing there. And they came out because they was glad to get out. That's all that I was hearing. COVID has locked them down, so, whenever they can get a little breather, they enjoy that. Don't you tell what happened either. Man, don't tell what happened. Ms. Brown, I'm not going to tell it neither, but I'm going to tell you all, the man did a little strutting yourself too now, okay? And Tessa had Ms. Brown trying to do something, and I told him I'd never win anything, just bring me some liniment. Please, bring us some liniment. On that note there, I agree with you all throwing that bid out. It was convoluted. It wasn't airtight. It was flaws in there, not because of how it was put out. But we have to do a better job as a city, because I was in with the Pittman group and you only had 4. and that was the Pittman Group and Attorney Haygood, and one was from Miami and one from over on the West Coast, and they withdrew. I'm going to tell you, Lawson, why they missed, Councilman Lawson, why sometimes they withdraw. Because they look at this city as being lined it up and playing by the playbook. So others do not want to come in here because they know it's a fixture somewhere. So we have to stop that. We are in the same mode here with the two garbage collectors here. The same thing is happening here. We must do better. Now, how we are to do better, we get it airtight. I totally agree with some of what Mr. Evans has said. Put those parameters in there so that both will be weighed equally and not on a blind justice scale, whereas it is tilted. Because this is what this city here has done to this city here. And you wonder why you do not get people's in? These are a lot of the reasons why you do not get them in. So we have to do better. And I'm glad that you did throw it back up. So let's get it right.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Ms. Shepherd?
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. Thank you, Ms. Lanier, for making that comment. My phone is blowing up, and they're saying, thank you for being the bearer of. Sometimes we need clarity. Sometimes people don't understand. But when you start talking, it's coming through, they understand. And with that, I am deeply happy for the CRA moving forward. I'm very happy with the projects that's going on. I am indeed glad to know about the Reimagine Riviera Beach. Those that didn't come, God bless you. They said 35 came, and 35 was going to make the decision. Well, if you had been here with your mother, your brother, and the sisters, everybody, you would have had a great crowd. But I think the presentation just went on fabulous. We know where we're at, we know where we're going with the city, and now we know where the CRA is going to take us. I'm indeed happy to see these programs moving on. And if nobody went over to see the public library, shame on you. If you have not seen Walgreens torn down, shame on you. The city's moving. Somebody said they didn't see this. Well, you wasn't there. How could you see anything? But I want to say to you all, please come out and support your city. If you don't support your home, that means that who are you to support your city? Your city is the most precious gift that you can give to your grandchildren. My daughter Summer told me, she says, I'll never come back here. And I said, well, why? She says, nothing here. I said, well, if you come back in the next 4 or 5 years, you will see it. And she said, well, by that time, you'll be dead. I said, stop it, Summer. Stop it, Summer. I will be alive. She said, I don't know. I don't know, but you know, that's my little girl. She always got something smart to say. But I made sure, I told when the groundbreaking started moving, I'm going to give her a free trip back here to Riviera Beach. I'm proud of my city. If nobody else is proud, I'm proud. My family moved here. My dad came from the Bahamas. My uncle's aunt live in Riviera Beach. I'm proud to live in the city. Shame on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
Ms. Davis?
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. I just want to piggyback off what Mrs. Bram said earlier about taking our RFP and our city business serious. people are looking at us and they are disgusted by wanting to come in here, but we're always with these personal issues or these technical issues that we can't get right in order to bid and make a decision on a project. Time is money, and money is time. And it's time out of their time and money out of their pockets that they come in and put their things together in order to get business and do business out here in the city of Riviera Beach. What needs to happen to cut down the time? There is no negotiation when you're getting ready to make a decision on a contract. No negotiation whatsoever. Make sure you do that before you even step to this council. That means both council and staff, before you even step in here to even say anything about all the things you're worried about. Whether it's negotiating a contract, whether it's any question that you have, you need to have a workshop or something to cut down on the time, and not come in here when it's time to make a decision on something to come and then have questions about it. You guys need to communicate. Do your homework when the staff give you your agendas or whatever, or talk about that in a workshop to say, well, okay, well, we need to do this, or I got a question about this. So when you come to make that decision on saying yes or no on this contract, you can do so. Because you got to treat it like corporate. Treat it like a corporate business. Because this is getting out of hand with all these major contracts, and you can't make a decision, or you got to throw it out, or it's prolonged, such as the Marina project. There's no reason for that Marina project to be 4 years going in. It's ridiculous. So you guys, all of you have to do better with how you got to oversee, backtrack. You need eyes. If you need eyes to see the contracts or whatever, then do so. But we need to stop doing this, getting right up here and then saying, well, I want to do this, I want to do that. It doesn't make any sense. Treat it like a corporate business, because the boss man in the corporate business won't go for this. We need to do better. And our police officers need more police officers in the budget. So when you discuss that, we need to hire more police officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Ms. Larson?
Bonnie Larson, I asked about a court reporter. Do we or don't we have a court reporter? I didn't quite understand what the response to that was. Okay. All right, we put out an RFP for a clerk at the CRA, and I know there's a long list of things for that person to do. But in there it said they had to have a degree, they had to have this and that, but there could be exception if you had similar experience. Forget those exceptions. You either want an education or you don't, because there's something to be said about having an education. So let's not put in those exceptions, because that can be interpreted any different way, and we'll get somebody like we've had before, friends or family. So let's not do that. Let's close it up. Also, it was said that they would change the address on that Pittman contract. They would get their address on there, but I didn't hear it mentioned we need to change the address and names of who we're giving the contract to, who they're giving the contract to, and the correct address on there, because it still had the Broadway address. I think we could have a disclosure from the public when they come to this podium to disclose if they do not live in the city, and also if they work for the vendor being considered. We need to know that. We had some cards. I picked up some cards, and this is from the Recreation Department. What I noticed was we had some of these cards. They're printed on very nice paper and everything, but we pay twice as much because we print the same thing on both sides. We don't need to do that. We don't need to pay double for these cards. Let's just pay single. Now, some of them have different things on either side. That's fine. But the ones that have the exact same thing on both sides, let's not do that. We're talking about vendors not being interested in Riviera Beach. That's been for years and years and years. But you know what? These vendors have not heard. We have a new guy in charge. They don't know Mr. Jonathan Evans and that he plays fair, and he's now running the city. They need to know that. So they know it's not going to be the same old Riviera Beach with the same old criteria that we had before. Ms. Bram or somebody asked, no. somebody talked about the tearing down of the Walgreens. We had, when I was a kid, the City Hall was at the location where they're talking about putting it now. I didn't know it was the City Hall because, I wasn't interested in that. But anyway, that thing sat there for years and years and years in a dilapidated, the roof, I have pictures of it. The roofs were caving in, there were broken out windows, the rebars were all, it was just a mess. And that sat there for years. I and a couple other people begged the council, tear down those buildings so we don't look so bad on Broadway. And they didn't do it for years and years. Many years after the new City Hall, well, it's old now, but the one on Blue Heron was built. Those buildings sat there in that dilapidated building. I almost got high when I drove by there because people were doing drugs in there all the time, all the time.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you for doing things now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. James?
Hi, Rod James, Riviera Beach. My comments are going to be pretty brief. I want to talk about the water issue. People have been talking about this water issue. In my opinion, the water issue is dead. I put out a post on Facebook with regards to that. I ended up meeting with the staff. They explained everything to me thoroughly. And in the Reimagine Riviera Beach, they also stated that, we're getting a new water plant. We understand the water bill's going up, and that's the reason why, well, one of the reasons why. So to me, that issue's, it's a dead issue. What I think should happen is I think the water department should, probably put out a video, YouTube video or something, to kind of get ahead of all of these allegations, and stop, propagating these mistruths. And in addition to that, I attended a meeting, and there was an elected official, present who didn't dispute any of the comments that were, that was being said. And lastly, a more dedicated and concerted effort in bringing business to the west side of the tracks. So that's, maybe if the board can, focus on that, that would be greatly appreciated for small businesses on the west side of the tracks. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Polk?
Good evening. My name is Doretta Polk. I'm a resident of the city of Riviera Beach. And I thank Mr. Lawson for letting me know, because when I'm in error, I can definitely say sorry about the Sunshine Law prohibiting both chair and himself in speaking privately concerning. But yes, thank you for informing me of that. And also, I think I was definitely wrong concerning that. I think there's mutual, the comment was mutual respect between the both of you. And I'm very glad to know that. Because sometime it didn't seem like this was happening. It seemed like it was like disrespect towards Councilor Lawson against Chair. But that's not how it was. So anyway, when I am wrong, I definitely will be proud and say, hey, I was in error. And I thank both of you all for your service, all of you all for your service. Another thing concerning when I do look at the planning and zoning meetings, it's very cordial. It's smooth like butter. And it seems like respect is with each one of the council people that sits on the planning and zoning. And I know Mrs. Clark, I think she's the chair. I know Mr. Wiley, he's on it. And also my little friend here, Margaret Shepherd, Mrs. Shepherd's on it. And it just seems like it goes very well. But now I see that I was in error, that you all have mutual respect for each other, and you all get along, so that's great, because that's not prospect that we see when we hearing these things. It's like contention, you know? And another thing I want to comment on. It was said at the last council meeting, how much does the manager gets for salary for doing the CRA? So I hope we have put this to bed, that he's getting absolutely zero. And what manager in any city who's taking care of both different divisions of the city is not getting paid for both divisions that he's covering? I think that shows regard, the love that he has for the city and the love that he has for all the citizens. He's doing all this work and getting absolutely zero. And if it comes up again, maybe that the people who are want to contradict this, maybe they should go to Mr. Sherman, because he's our financial chief, and he can set this.
Thank
And
you.
I thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Paul.
thank you very much what you do for us, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
There are no more public comments.
Thank you so much. Mr. Evans, do you have any responses to some of the comments made at the public comment?
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. With regards to the job description for the clerk, of course, we're looking for somebody that obviously meets all the prerequisites for the job and certainly retains the education requirement. That caveat is placed in there that in a lot of cases, some folks have become certified municipal clerks or master municipal clerks for X amount of years in the industry. So we did want to provide for that opportunity that if you've got somebody that has 25 or 30 years of experience that may not have the degree but have worked in multiple government entities or one government entity for that matter, that they are also considered. But we are going to look to hire the best and the brightest to help us move the agency forward. With respect to the water quality issue, we are in the process of setting up a series of, I would say, road tours. We're actually going to be going to a couple of parts of our community and having some in-depth conversation with the community with respect to water quality and some of the things we've got on the horizon, especially related to the new water treatment plant. And I'm happy to report to the board that that solicitation has closed, and we have received 4 submittals for a partnership with the city of Riviera Beach associated with a new water treatment plant. And remember, when we did put out the solicitation, we said 36 months, we want something to be up and operational. So that's refreshing to know that 4 entities have assembled teams for the purposes of working with the city to bring that to fruition. We're also going to be having some more conversations with the board as part of the budget process to look how can we spur some economic growth and redevelopment, and how do we help and support some of our local businesses. We have a project that will be coming to the board for more discussions as to how the CRA is going to take more of a leadership role with the Blue Lagoon project to help that particular opportunity come to fruition. And as a result of that particular initiative, there's 2 more business incubator spaces that hopefully we'll be able to bring to market and have available, as well as how do we look to expand outside of the CRA boundaries within the city to help and support some of our local business, especially in light of some of the things we're seeing related to COVID and some of the challenges that are occurring. So what are whether it's grants, whether it's education, whether it's opportunities to do business with the city, we're going to make sure that we leave no stone unturned and look at some public policy that the board can put in place to help facilitate some small business growth, and also tapping into some of the relationships with the county to pull on some of the resources that they got through the Americans Rescue Plan, where they got $236 million that we certainly would love to help them spend.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Before we get back to our item number 5, I would just like to welcome the Pittman Law Firm to the City of Riviera Beach, and looking forward to a long, fruitful relationship with your firm, and we appreciate having you on board. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you on behalf of myself and my partner, Oprah Williams, and Sean Pittman. We look forward to working with the city and providing great response to the city. One thing that was mentioned earlier about contacting a firm, you will receive contact information for all members of the firm regarding those phone calls, that we will be cognizant of the billing of the phone calls. Sometimes if it's just a phone call is just a quick question. But you will receive contact information for all of us. And I think what was mentioned earlier about the having a large firm, you will have access to every member of the firm to answer your questions at any time. And you'll receive all of our contact information in the morning. Look forward to it.
Thank you so much, sir. Any response from the colleagues for our new law firm?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
It's a little bit off subject, but I get in this position after a few hours. Mr. Evans, we had some really nice chairs over at the chambers. These got to be the most uncomfortable chairs, and at about 3 hours in, I have a gosh, I can't even remember. I have a clip in my back. I had back surgery, so this isn't the best. And I'm sorry for saying that, because I'm just so uncomfortable right now. No, I had it's called the A-lift, a lumbar fusion. So, yes, Mr. Evans, are those being used? Because at this point, I'm almost like I can't sit still.
Madam Chair, that's actually by design, especially that chair. No, we can look to find more comfortable chairs. I don't believe the chairs that we have at the dais would actually go under these, but we can definitely get some other chairs for these tables. So that'll be something staff will work on tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, I want to say Senator Smith, but thank you, Mrs. Smith, who served as our senator when I worked in the legislature. So thank you for coming here to Riviera Beach, and we look forward to good things. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to echo those emotions. I appreciate Mr. Smith being here. Thank you.
Same here, for the whole firm.
Yes. Thank you so much. Let us move forward, people. Item number 5, Madam Clerk.
The request for the approval of the execution of a development agreement, an agreement for sale and purchase by and between the agency and RBCDC 11th Street LLC for the sale and development of the 11th Street Townhouse project. Finding that the sales price representing fair value, finding that the project eliminates slum and blight, and directing and authorizing the chairman and executive director to take such actions as shall be necessary and consistent to carry out the intent and desire of the agency. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed.
Move that we approve the proposed development agreement for the 11th Street Townhouse project.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, I will ask that the Director of Neighborhood Services, Ms. Anita Jenkins, make this presentation.
Ms. Jenkins.
Good evening, and thank you, Chairperson Lanier, and to the other commissioners, Mr. Mayor, our new attorney, and Mr. Evans. Thank you for the opportunity to bring the final document to you for the 11th Street Townhouse project, a project that we have been contemplating for some months. You have seen the project summary in terms several times, and at the last time that this was before you, there was some discussion about some concerns about the restrictive covenant period. And with, in conjunction with Mr. Haygood as General Counsel for the CRA, and he's on the line, and Mr. Edwin Ferguson, Counsel for the CDC, and also in seeking counsel from our new attorneys at the Pittman Law Group, we brought you a final document. And I just want to point out that the change in the terms there that speaks to the consensus that came from this board. The last time this was before you was around the timing of the restrictive covenant. And the attorneys have come up with 2 restrictive covenants for this project. In terms of security, the land would have a mortgage, a note, a restrictive covenant during the construction period, and at the completion of construction, the restrictive covenant remains in perpetuity. And that is a covenant to make sure it remains as home ownership, not for rental. And then in terms of the financing, during the construction period, there's a restrictive covenant that says that for no more than 25 years for an end buyer who receives any subsidy. And that speaks to the difference between the workforce units and the market rate units, as you asked us to do. So having said that, I present this contract, and I will stop at this point and see if there are any questions or concerns, and we look forward to your approval and continuing to move this project forward.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions for Ms. Jenkins in regards to this item?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Ms. Jenkins, I just wanted to thank you for the amazing work that you're doing. This is just another project that is going to represent what our city is looking to do, continue to grow, address slum and blight in our CRA district, and provide home ownership. So you're addressing and hitting on all the points that our council has put out from the day we were actually elected until today. So coming out of the ground with these projects is what we want to constantly see. So thank you, and I support this project.
Thank you.
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
go ahead.
I, for one, am very happy to hear about this project coming, and if it could get done in next month, I would be very happy. Thank you.
Talk to Mr. Sermons.
All right, very good.
I don't think we can do that.
Oh,
We're not permitted for that.
all right.
Wait, what are we not permitted for?
Well, we can't encourage him on, adjusting the timeline on it.
Oh.
I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. I'm sorry.
He knows that. He's the master.
He's just messing with you.
But Madam Chair, if I can.
Go ahead.
You know how many people call me and I have to literally forward it over to the manager because they just think that I have some inherent control to direct staff, and I just want to be clear because they're going to be like, I heard it at the meeting that you can contact so-and-so. So thank you for clarifying, Ms. Jenkins.
I'm sorry.
Very good. And you are not alone in people calling, asking for miracles to be made. And we try as hard as we can, but, we all understand that we have to follow the rules as well.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I just also want to thank Ms. Jenkins. She's done an excellent job with this project. It's going to be beautiful and a real wonderful addition to the community, so thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Co-Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. Item number 6.
Resolution to approve the execution of the contract with public-private partnership advisory firm Jones Lang LaSalle for the Phase 2 Marina project in accordance with the attached proposal. The acceptance of public comment cards is now closed.
So moved.
Second.
Very good. Are there any public comment cards for this item?
There is one public comment.
All right, go ahead with your presentation, and we'll do our public comment.
Madam Chair.
No, we're gonna have the presentation first so that you can hear it, then you can make your comments. Go
Madam
ahead,
Chair,
sir.
members of the board, I ask that our Planning and Development Director, Mr. Scott Evans, make this presentation.
Madam Chair and members of the CRA board, tonight is a resolution to approve a completion of a contract for public-private partnerships with the firm Jones Lang LaSalle, and this is for the Phase 2 Marina project, and we've attached their proposal. And on May 2021 of this year, the board approved a resolution which selected 3 firms for utilization for public-private partnerships. And the resolution selected Avis Young, Jones Lang LaSalle, and Lambert Advisory, and directed staff to select one of these qualified firms. The joint work team requested proposals from all 3 firms, and they have selected Jones Lang LaSalle as the best qualified team to assist for the project. The proposal is broken up into 3 different phases. The first phase is project review and element analysis. This would take approximately 2 months, and this includes review of all project background materials, full review of the development proposal, review and assessment of developer performance, review of the related parking analysis, and this will result in the completion of the proposal analysis, which would then be presented to the CRA board for your consideration. Phase 2 would be negotiation of the master development agreement and the key ground lease terms. This will include participating in a series of negotiation meetings with the city and the CRA, developing a negotiation term sheet, and preparing materials to assist the board in negotiating the agreement. I'm sorry, could someone get me a glass of water? I shouldn't have eaten popcorn before I came up here.
I know that you're not, so it's got to be something he needs, right? I was about to do the Heimlich, man. I was going to get you every time.
This presentation tends to get him choked up.
That's much better. The third phase would be to finalize the development agreement, and that would be to negotiate ground leases and present them to the board, and that would take approximately 3 months. The cost for the contract would be funded through our approved budget, and specifically, that line item is the Marina Village Phase 2 project support. Phase 1 will take approximately 2 months. So that's between August and September, with presentations of their proposal analysis in October. And Phase 1 would cost approximately $75,000. CRA staff recommends that the CRA board adopts the proposed resolution, directing the chair and the executive director to complete an agreement with Jones Lang LaSalle. And their vice president, Mr. Jeremy Becker, is available by video if the board has any questions related to their agreement.
Madam Chair.
Very good. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Evans, so did you say...
Be specific about which Evans.
Mr. Scott Evans, did you say
Yes.
that they were going to have the proposals for 2 months?
The very first 2 months of the phase of their review would be the project review and an element analysis. And at that time, they'll look at all of the materials that we've received thus far. They'll conduct interviews with CRA board staff. They will discuss the project with the development team. And they will also consider the public parking analysis that we've completed. And so then they'll complete that review, and the deliverable for that would be a proposal analysis that would then come before the CRA board before we move to phase 2 of the contract.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Evans, I guess who proposed the 2 months? It seems quite extensive if this is their specialty. I mean, I'm trying to understand where did 2 months come from and why do we need 2 months?
When we asked for their proposal, we did specify the board's desire to move quickly. 2 months is as fast as they felt that they could do it because there's a lot of background materials for them to review. And for the project, they'll also have to gather some of the materials, which we've already started, from the development team. And then they will want to go through them and then discuss them with the developers so that they can understand the proposal, the performance, and how that would best assist the city.
Follow up. So that sounds good, but I guess in terms of a complete timeline, because if this isn't going to work, I don't want to spend another 7 months to try to figure that out. Quite frankly, if this is their specialty, I was thinking, and I can't be really, putting the time on it, but I mean 2 to 3 weeks, perhaps a month, in my opinion. But I mean, I don't understand what exactly about reviewing the solicitation, the financing mechanisms, and having discussion with administration as to, what the CRA's position is, that it would really require that much time.
I mean, what we could do is try and accelerate that. So the 2 months is the target, and if the board wanted to hear from them and get a progress report and see how far we've come, we could have them come back to the meeting and update you on the status. I think part of the The timeline is that not only do they have to review all the materials, but then they have to prepare the report, which then needs to be reviewed by staff and then provided to the board, of course, 7 days in advance of your next meeting. So that's also playing into the time frame, is that they will actually, if they have a 2-month time frame, they would have to complete their analysis in 6 weeks in order to make that next board agenda.
Okay, I would certainly like to see that sooner, and, this just seems like, when you think you're crossing the goal line, it gets moved. And I certainly want them to do a thorough job, but, quite frankly, I thought we selected them because this was their specialty. And, I don't know how complex it is, but the elements that I've seen seem to suggest that, if they can assess it, they'll be able to determine whether or not, the feasibility of it, and, it can be brought to staff and then subsequently to the board, and then we can move from there. But that 2 months doesn't seem practical.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a question about Phase 1 and what triggers moving to Phase 2. If in Phase 1, Jones Lang LaSalle decides or recommends to us that there is not sufficient financial support, or the developer does not have the experience and financial capacity, then what do we do?
At that time, they would, their deliverable, which is a proposal analysis, would be presented to the CRA board, and at that time, you could make a determination if you wanted to make changes or if you wanted to start over, or whatever the proposal analysis determines.
Okay.
And you would have a variety of options at that point.
That answers your question?
I'm done, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions in regards to this item? I wanted to ask, how long would it take for an assessment of the proposed master developer's capacity to perform? Look at, their financials, their track record. How long do you think that would take? That should be fairly quickly, basically.
Madam Chair, that's exactly what the question I asked.
Yeah, I'm asking because I think that what you're saying is that there's maybe other things that are included in this review, but we're just basically talking about background, just basically financials in terms of, are they in a position to be able to undertake this task?
And I would at this point refer to their vice president, Mr. Jeremy Becker. I believe he might be able to comment on what components of that first phase could be done in an expedited manner.
Hi, Scott. I appreciate everyone's time. I'm actually only on audio right now. My apologies.
Who's this?
This is Jeremy Becker with Jones Lang LaSalle.
Yes. Okay, go ahead, sir.
And I apologize for being only on audio. But I would say this, in terms of developer capability, I think that is always part of a project feasibility analysis, and this would be as well. We were asked to review the totality of the proposal, and candidly, developer financials are a part of that. Your current selected development team is actually 2 firms, so there's a little bit more background when it comes to 2 developers, and candidly, the overall development feasibility, that's a part of it. It's certainly not the entirety. It's not the end all be all. Obviously, if you have a developer who's not financially capable, that's a non-starter. And we would certainly analyze that as well. But again, we've been tasked to analyze the deal as a whole, and that is certainly what we intend to do and what we specialize in.
Very good. That answers my question.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
My question is for Mr. Scott Evans. Mr. Scott Evans, that's not the same question that I asked you. So maybe it needs to be bifurcated in that, we just take the financial feasibility part, and that becomes the initial thing. They review the capacity and the feasibility of the finances that's proposed. And then that kind of gets us off to a start, because I don't want the firm of LaSalle to start creating this whole plan if we haven't even got past step A. And I think that that's most important, especially now that we've been, this has been discussed for over 3 years. Mr. Evans, can we, Mr. Jonathan Evans, can you offer anything?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
if I may, with regards to the review of element 8, because based on the conversation that we had with the board wanted to look at the elements individually from the standpoint that if you looked at the project in its entirety, the ability to bring a project of that magnitude and one developer or one development team being able to do that and having the financial capabilities to do that would invariably be a heavier lift. So based on the direction that the board provided was to look at element 8 and be able to determine the financial feasibility associated with that. So I would envision that the analysis that will be conducted is the financial feasibility and the development team's wherewithal and capabilities and financial means to bring element 8 and the associated assets to the table. And then after that assessment is done and then there's activity going, then subsequent elements would be reviewed. But there are major components that would still have to come back to this board as part of the discussion. One of the modifications of the proposed site plan as it relates to parking, also ground lease conditions, a lot of items that are in correlation of being able to determine is this project feasible and is the board willing to make the concessions that would have to be required in order to bring that. So there's a lot of additional clarity that we need to get to the board as part of the review process. Now, we are going to move that as quickly as possible, but there was a direction that was provided by this board that to look at these elements individually. I think the proposal and the scope speaks to the entire project, and they would be the firm that would look at the entire project. So they would build upon things, but we would look more specifically and more exclusively on element 8, and subsequent elements would come online. So that may, speed up the process, but there is some subsequent follow-up conversations that after the analysis, or at least a portion of the analysis is done, we need to have a conversation with the board to say, what are you willing to do as it relates to part of the arrangement to facilitate the structure that's necessary to bring that element out of the ground.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jonathan Evans, that certainly seems a little more specific by addressing the elements and the feasibility of it, as opposed to, just, dropping everything and say, hey, take everything. I want to at least get a starting point, because I don't want to, spend too much energy on, working through it if for some reason, we feel that we have to pivot and go in a different direction. That's me, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Madam Chair, if there's any deviation from the board, or the board is in agreement with that particular pathway, please provide us some direction so we know that we are in fact going to accomplish what the board wants to see related to the review of this, because obviously there's a lot of other elements that are associated with this. Is a large one in and of itself, but we just want to make sure that we have clarity from the board that it's to look at element 8, the financial structure, and what would have to occur to facilitate the transaction for the purposes of the development of the townhome or the condos.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
For purposes of those people who are listening from home and want to know what element 8 comprises, that's the garage and the how, could you just be clear about that, Mr. Evans, please?
So the element 8 consists of the development of the apartments or condos or what have you. Roughly, I think about 135, if I'm not mistaken, Scott?
Yes.
And what was proposed was one particular parking garage that would accommodate both towers. Now it's looking that the parking garage would be incorporated in each of the towers, so it would be different. And then there was a discussion as one garage that would connect both towers. So there's other components that we need to bring back to the board to make sure that you're in agreement of what some of the modifications are to those elements to facilitate them moving forward. Also, that particular proposal, and based on the submission, that it also contemplates that the development is an affordable development that leverages the financing that's available, the tax credits that are available through the state for workforce housing. And so that's another major funding component associated with that particular element. So that will be reviewed. And as we spoke some time ago, that we need to make sure that the board, if the board is going to support that project when it looks to come back to you possibly in a year for the application for the tax credit program, that it is a project that is eligible to receive the local contribution or loan, what have you, for the purposes of facilitating the stacking of the funding, which roughly is about $650,000, similar to the same process that we went through with Berkeley Landing. So there's some nuances into that. The ground lease, what's the ground lease terms that the board is considering it, and if you're in favor of the structure as far as the parking and how that is able to facilitate. Scott, is there any other components?
Yes, it also includes elements 0 through 5, which is the waterfront restaurants, the build out of the event center, and then also some market retail in the center of the marina.
Okay, so, but, Madam Chair, may I follow up? Yes. So, but what I'm hearing Mr. Jonathan Evans say is that initially Jones Lang LaSalle will be looking at element 8, and then once we're past that, then they'll go back and look at elements 1 through whatever. My question back to Mr. Jonathan Evans is, if it's yet to be determined by decision of this body what the nature of the housing will be, for example, will it be affordable, will it be workforce, will it be market rate, how can Jones Lang LaSalle analyze the proposal without having that information from this council?
Because, Madam Chair, if I may,
Go ahead.
the submission in of itself and the discussions we've had with the board, that there was direction that was provided, that in the original submission it was contemplated that it would have workforce housing, and then in subsequent conversations that we've had with the board, it's been workforce housing. Now, there's been board members that have said that they want to see a market rate product, but the overarching direction that's been provided by this board is that it still has that affordable or workforce component. And that was fundamental to the submission that was responded to when the board when we did put out the solicitation. And Mr. Scott Evans, correct me if I'm wrong, in the solicitation document, wasn't that an item that was requested as part of the RFP or RFQ process that was utilized at the time, that there wasn't a request for some workforce component?
Yes, we did anticipate that there would be affordable housing within the Marina Village project.
Affordable or workforce?
I'm not sure that it was delineated. I'm not sure which term was used, but likely affordable.
I see a difference between affordable, workforce, and market rate, and I see them as a sort of a hierarchy. So I just wanted to know if in the original request there was that delineation, but I guess you're saying there wasn't.
Yes, I think what we did was we said that we desired housing and that they should provide a list of the types of housing and what kind of subsidies would be included in that. So
Okay.
I think it was...
So we left it open initially, and what came back to us was that it was affordable and workforce.
Yes, well, what came back, I think, was a mix of uses. It's still some private residential envisioned in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions in regards to this item? I just wanted to say that, of course, my colleagues know my position on this whole Marina project. 4 or 5 years we've been having this discussion about this particular project, and we haven't even got past the point where we know if the people who are supposed to be our master developers have the financial wherewithal to even do this.
And I think a lot of times we have this conversation up here and putting the cart before the horse, and we're talking about different types of housing, and we're talking about all of this, and we don't even know, we don't even have anything that has been done by a reputable, certified, financial, well, not what, actually, I take that back, we did, to say if the developers are in a position to be able to do this. And I think it is a very simple, item. Does the master developer have the opportunity or the financial wherewithal to complete the project? And if it's a master developer, that means that all of it, can you complete all of it? That's the purpose. That is the definition of master developer, basically. You can do all of this, and you can, you do all of this work that we're doing, because you have the money to do all of this piece here and there. So if we're going to look at different pieces, now we need to look at, additional developers. If they can only do one piece, or they can only afford one piece, or they can only be, certified for one piece in terms of financial wherewithal, then we have to look at opening this up to other developers for opportunities. So, we have this and have had this conversation for the last 4 or 5 years, and it seems as if we have not even moved an inch in terms of, and I know that what we're doing now, especially Mr. Jonathan Evans has, made sure that we're in a position going forward that we know exactly what we're getting ourselves into here. So I can appreciate the fact that he's brought on these experts to be able to let us know, because, you're talking about a $65 million contract for the garbage. We're talking about $100 to $200 million for a project that has not even seen the light of day. So, and also, in addition to that, we have these conversations about Reimagine Riviera Beach, and, we're talking about this big investment to the city. I want the city, the CRA, to go out to the public, to the residents, and say, look, this is what we're trying to do over at the Marina. Give the residents the information that we're doing on all of these big projects, because we're having this conversation about the Marina and have not had one community meeting about it with the residents of this city. And if we're going to be moving forward with something that expensive, in the newspaper, sometimes they say $300 million deal. If we're moving forward with something that huge, it has to come to the community and to the residents to be able to have the same conversation. It should not just be us talking about this. And if we're going to go forward and put out City Hall to the public to talk about, the fire stations, then we need to do the same thing with this particular project. This is a lot of money. So we're having these discussions about, we don't even know if the developer who won the bid is financially capable enough to do the project. And we've had this conversation for the last 2 years about if they are capable of doing this. And I'm not saying that they're not. I am pro-development. I am pro-economic development. I want this to happen. But I don't want us to be in a position 5 years from now where we're holding a bag here. And you have projects that are, look at the whole deal with Boynton Beach. They're stuck with the project that they tried to go forward with, but did not have all of these things in place. So I think that as we're talking about this Marina deal, we need to talk to the community about it. This is something that they want to know about. And I know, as taking off this councilwoman's hat and putting on my lifelong resident hat, I would want to know all of this. So, didn't mean to go on that rant, but I just wanted to basically kind of get out that, and I know all of my colleagues are just kind of frustrated, that this project has just lingered and lingered and lingered. So, Mr. Evans, once again, Jonathan Evans, I appreciate you trying to put these things in place so that we don't get down this road and find ourselves stuck like Boynton Beach. So, that's my say, but, it's just that this is a lot of money we're talking about, and we're going to have these conversations with ourselves. We need to have this conversation with the community and with the residents about what we're doing here. And that's all I have to say. Sorry about that, people.
Are there any other questions?
One last, well, I just wanted to kind of make sure
Go ahead.
I think, Mr. Evans, is that something for you to take? Because the item still, I mean, the question still remains on the resolution. We're going to authorize them. I just had concerns about what the next steps forward are in the timeline. But, you know, with all intents and purposes, you know, I want to see that we move forward. I think the timeline and what actually happens next needs to be tweaked at the staff level. But I think, you know, the resolution is what it is. So I think, do we have to go to public comments?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we'll start with the council comments, and we'll let the public, and then we want to come back, we can have some other things to say. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Brown?
Miss Mayor Brown, Riviera Beach. I'm for one as the resident.
Hold on one
and I
second,
go-
Ms. Brown, let me get the time up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One second. I don't want you to lose your time. All right, go ahead. They got it.
Miss Mayor Brown, Riviera Beach. I'm for one, and many other residents that live in this city here. We've been wagging with this for 6 or 7 or 5 years. This apple is too big, and it is not right. Just 2 months ago, we had this article in the paper about the other group that was not financially stable. Our advisors here, and I hope that you are listening to Ms. Brown, that's just what you are. You are advisors to let us know that our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed, and our financial and feasibility in the directions that we are should and supposed to go. We hold you accountable for this. The monies is just not there. Stop fooling yourselves. It's just not there. Just like we threw the waste management out, and I'm not saying if that's what you all want to do, but it's just not workable. And I am tired of it, along with the city in general. In phase 1, the project review and element analysis, it will review all project background materials, full review of developer proposals, review and assessment of developer performance, evaluation of proposed financial support requested from the city and the CRA, and review of the developer's experience and financial capacity to undertake this project. Review of related parking analysis completed by Desmond Parkins. The city manager just said you had 1 parking. Now 2 parkings would have to be incorporated in those towers there. It is a lot of gaps in here. When those 2 groups first came in this chambers here, over there, Mr. Brown stood there and said, wait a minute, it's flawed. And Scott Evans was there. And I said the process was tainted then. Ms. Miller Anderson and Dr. Botel, you were there. You were headed in the right direction then. And all of these years here, this is where we have been stuck in this mode here, trying to please and fan. It's time out for it. It's time out for it, boy. It's time out for it. If the shoe can't fit, it's no way that you can wear that shoe. And we must give others a bite of this apple.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I thank you for your comments.
It shouldn't have been this way in the beginning. Time out for this.
Are there any more public
I
comments?
love them all, but time out.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner McCoy?
No, I'm asking, are there any more public
Oh,
comments?
no more public
Oh, okay.
Maybe I
very
got a
good.
comment card in. No. Unless somebody put it in for me, I didn't do it.
All right, very good. So We've had our public comment. Any other comments before we call the question about this item? Very good. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Co-Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 7.
Presentation and discussion, Marina Village Rivera Beach Event Center, unwinding new market tax credit financial agreements. The acceptance of public comments is now closed.
Do we have any public comment cards?
No, we don't.
All right, very good. Mr. Evans? Jonathan Evans.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'd ask for Scott Evans, our Planning and Development Director, to make this presentation.
Mr. Evans?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. Our new market tax credits agreements and the financial structures associated with them need to be closed, and they have a 7-year time period. So previously, what the CRA has hired the law firm of Bryant Miller Olive to assist us in unwinding those transactions. And that process is already underway in accordance with our agreements. And the first phase of that process is an unwinding of our agreements with the banks who helped us with that transaction. But what will remain for this board to make a decision on is how they want to proceed in the future with the unwinding of the agreements, and primarily with who you want to be responsible for the operation management of the event center. Now, the next steps in this process, Bryant Miller Olive presented to both the City Council and the CRA board previously to try and provide some background on this fairly complicated unwinding. So following tonight's presentation, Bob Reed from Bryant Miller Olive has another presentation for you tonight. But following tonight's meeting, what we're trying to look for is board direction on which agency that you want to operate and run the event center moving forward. And we need to know that so that we can develop the unwinding of the agreements. So if we get some direction tonight, whether it's the CRA or the city itself, who is probably the most two likely options you might consider, then we can develop those agreements in August so that we can bring them back before you in September for approval. And then we also envision that there's been several questions of the board related to the future of the CDE, which is one of the entities that was created in order for us to receive the new market tax credits. And so we've also planning to have a presentation in September. So after we've developed the agreements to unwind the transactions on our side, then we'll also go through a presentation that will be provided by Bryant Miller Olive on what the CDE is and what the future of it could be, and to try and get the board's recommendations for what they would like us to do with that entity going into the future. So that's another step that we were looking to bring to you in September. But tonight we have a few options that we really need to get some feedback on, because we need to start preparation of those unwinding agreements. And the current operational mode is that the CRA operates and manages the event center, and it's leased from the city. The city actually owns the land underneath. So we have a few determinations, and with that I'd like to introduce Mr. Bob Reed from BMO, who will go through the various options that we're trying to get board direction on. And if we could get that direction, you can always change it. So if we develop the agreements that are approved, say perhaps it's for the CRA board, for the CRA to continue to manage it, then we would develop those unwinding agreements, but you would always have the ability in the future to make changes to that, or to come back and reassess who you would like to manage the event center. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Bob Reed.
Thank you. Pleasure to meet with you all again. And I can report to you that the unwind of the new market tax credit transaction closed today. So it is over, it is done. And what is left are the interactions between the Riviera Beach Event Center, the Riviera Beach CDE, the Riviera Beach CRA, and the city of Riviera Beach. So what we have here is really sort of deciding where is the best place to house the event center, where it would be operated and maintained, marketed, utilized, by which entity would take the best of that. And that would be, more than likely either the CRA or the city itself. So really the first decision would be which between the city and the CRA would be the ones that would, or the entity that would take on that long-term obligation to market the facility, operate it, and maintain it, which is a ongoing financial obligation. What you have in your agenda package tonight is a slightly graphically changed presentation that was presented to the city a few weeks ago, hopefully much easier to read. And skipping through that, there's really a few situations or a few questions that need to be addressed. As I said earlier, the city is still the owner of the land underneath the event center. The event center is leased to a limited liability company that is really the alter ego of the CDE.
The slides need to be advanced?
Well, I'm on the next slide and he's not, so.
Well, move it to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4th slide. Now who owns what?
Keep going.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
We're not there yet. Keep going. That's only you're on the second slide here. Keep going to the 4th, he said. Who's advancing the slides? Oh, Scott.
Oh, I have no control over them. I would be happy to.
It was the popcorn.
There you go.
It's the popcorn.
There we go. All right. So going back where we have the city owns the land, it is leased to the Event Center LLC, which is in essence an instrumentality of the CDE. And they owe the New Market debt to the CDE, the somewhat paper debt at this point. The CDE owes a recoverable grant back to the CRA. The CRA is currently the master tenant of the event center, and as such, they have currently the obligation to operate, maintain, and market the event center. Under that lease, they also have an obligation to make substantial lease payments to the event center, which were designed to demonstrate financial viability in that entity for purposes of the New Market Tax Credit and are not really needed at this time. So we have a circle, if you will, of obligations where various parties owe each other basically the same dollars in a big circle. So go to the next slide. I'm not sure if it's progressed or not. And these are basically questions, and I think the main question is which entity is in the best position to undertake the long-term oversight of the event center? And is there any reason to transfer the underlying property ownership from the city, for example, to the CRA? And depending on who winds up, whoever is going to have the long-term operation and maintenance obligations for the event center should be either the owner of the event center or a lessee from the city, so that they have the possessory rights that are necessary. I'm going to skip the next couple slides and go to the first line. It says option 1, CRA retains management.
Okay.
If the decision is to have the CRA be that long-term entity, or the entity with a long-term obligation to operate and maintain the facility, then a few steps need to be taken. Number one, the CDE needs to transfer the debt it now holds, or holds through an instrumentality, and will hold directly, the mortgage loans that represented the new market tax credit loan to the event center. Those need to be transferred to the CRA, basically in satisfaction of the recoverable grant that the CRA made to facilitate this whole transaction. The CRA and the Event Center LLC then can basically terminate, which I would suggest, the master lease between the CRA and the Event Center LLC, and exchange for the cancellation of the underlying mortgage notes and either an assignment of the ground lease from the city to the CRA, or a new ground lease from the city to the CRA.
And if I could just jump in right
Yes.
at that point. This is the option that staff is recommending. Due to our current placement in the budget process and the city and the CRA developing our budgets, we're currently have proposed them in a manner that would meet option 1. Now, all of the details and financial costs related to the running of the event center, of course, will be looked at both by the City Council and by the CRA board during our future budget workshops. But we are, because of where we are in the budget adoption cycle, this would be an easiest option for us to implement now, even if the board decided to change at a future date, because the CRA is currently operating and managing the event center. And we think that there are some future changes that we've heard the board would like us to consider, including how we can make it more financially profitable. And we have we'll also include how we propose to do that as we move through the budget process. And one of them would just be to look at how we operationally manage and operate this facility. In addition, of course, as we move forward with the build-out, having more rents, of course, would help also. But I just want to say at this point that this is the option that staff is recommending that we do currently. And of course, whichever decision the board makes, you could always come back at a future time and say, well, at this point, we would like the City Council or rather the city itself to manage it. So you will always have the option to change it in the future. But currently, we're preparing our budgets for your review in accordance with this option.
All right. Before you go any further, sir, there was a question on the floor for you two guys. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Scott Evans, so the CDE would transfer and assign the mortgages to the CRA. So what happens to the cash on hand or accumulated cash? Would that go over to the CRA as well?
I would let Mr. Reed answer that, but no, I don't. The CDE's accumulated cash is the difference between the rent that we paid each year and their mortgage payments and some of the operational things that they still contributed to. I think insurance was one of them. But no, those dollars would remain with the CDE until we got this board's direction in September, what you wanted to do with the CDE. And that's approximately $700,000.
Okay, well, follow up. The other thing is you spoke of the build out. So if we do assign the mortgages over to the CRA, then the CRA would ultimately accept inherently the responsibility of the build out.
Yes, whichever entity you want to manage and operate the event center will have to solve for finding about $1 to $1.5 million to assist in the build out of the currently vacant spaces in this building. And that some of those CDE dollars, which is over $700,000, could of course be assist in that. But at this time, we're not asking the board to make a determination on what the future of the CDE is. But there are dollars in the CDE that could contribute in the future. Yes, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Scott Evans, when you say that this is a recommendation of staff, I'm guessing that that's the CRA staff. Does the city staff concur with that recommendation?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I've had extensive conversations with the manager, and
Glad to know.
we concur with the recommendation. I think as it relates to where we are in the budget process, and then what the impact would be to the workforce. You know, if they do come over to the city side, now you have a situation where you have a large segment of the employees. Now, where do we slot them in the pay plan? Now they're represented employees and the like. And so there's a lot of other items that we believe that we really need to do our due diligence before we would ever consider that. And where we are in the transaction, it would probably take us at least 6 months to be able to bring something that the board can consider. And so our recommendation would be to move forward as discussed.
Thank you.
All right, go back to the presentation.
Okay. Mr. Reed, do you want to continue?
Certainly. The other two potential or options are in the presentation in the next 2 pages, which is the city takes over management, and it winds up staying under the guise of the Riviera Beach CDE, which has some affiliation with the city, but is not a city-controlled entity like the city and the CRA is. Again, it goes back to who is going to be responsible and have the financial wherewithal to take on that long-term operation, maintenance, build out, and marketing of the event center. So,
We're having a lot
skipping
of
over
background,
options.
The presenter, we're having a lot of background noise from your presentation.
I apologize.
That's okay. Go ahead, proceed.
Okay, see if I can quiet it down a little bit. Unfortunately, I can't really control what's going in the microphone. Really though, I guess the biggest question for this body is really those ongoing expenditures. You've got, I think Scott said, $1.5 million estimated build out costs. You have ongoing operational expenses for the property, and which is the entity that is best positioned to be able to assume those obligations, and all things considered, that would probably be either the city or the CRA. The CDE has a limited revenue generating ability. So, because of their operations. So we're really, I think from a financial standpoint, looking at the city or the CRA taking on that obligation. And I think the real decision is which entity is the best place for now to house that responsibility.
Madam Chair.
It's, as Scott said earlier, this is not a, once you make the decision, you're forever locked into it.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, 4, 6, 8
Hold on a
months, a
second,
year down the road, it can change.
Presenter, hold on 1 second. We have a question for you.
Thank you. I want to make a motion that we approve going with option 1 where the CRA retains management.
Second.
Any discussion in regards to this item? We didn't even get, I really wanted to hear public comments for this item, Madam Clerk?
No, there are no public comments.
Yeah,
That was the end of the presentation, too.
Was that end of it?
Yes.
I didn't see the third option. It was an option with the CRA, the city, and what was the third
No,
option?
the CDE, the city, or the CRA.
Oh, it was just the two options. I see.
No,
It's three?
don't worry.
There was 3 options, Madam Chair, but in order for the CDE, I think there would have to be a lot more structural changes that would have to take place in order for that to be an option that we pursued. And we're really not in a position to pursue that option at the moment because we would have to do a lot more due diligence in order to prepare the agreements for that particular option.
Well, I mean, it seems my colleagues like the first option, but I do like the option of the city retaining control so that they can maintain ownership and control of the property, but
Madam Chair.
that's just my brother.
Madam Chair. My understanding, if I'm correct, is that we can do that in September, October, November, at some future date when it might be easier from a budget standpoint.
I see.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, actually, not so fast, because my question that I was going to ask, so associated with the current losses, obviously it's going to take a long time to even get I guess perhaps even if I could use the word to get to the break-even point. So I guess if we do option 1 and assign the mortgages, so the CRA is now going to carry those losses on its books?
As the event center is currently operating, it is a loss, and whichever entity takes over, whether it's the city or the CRA, until there's changes made, that loss will continue.
Right, but my question is, does that now carry over to the CRA, those losses? So starting at, I mean, even if we just write off what the losses are, just starting at month number 1 and carrying forward, that's going to create losses on the books.
Yes, under the current arrangement, it's approximately $650,000 a year.
So from a holistic financial standpoint, as far as some of the other financing items that we've tried to do, did we I guess we did the BB&T loan. So like, what does that does as far as our capacity to borrow money if we're now taking on such a loss with no real plan on how we're going to get that back where it can actually generate revenue? It's my concern. That's the first part.
Go ahead, sir.
If I can answer that to some extent, those losses, and I've not looked at your books, but there is a substantial rent payment due under the current master tenant agreement between the event center and the CRA. In addition to which, it's a net lease so that the CRA is responsible for all of the operating expenses, maintenance, repairs, whatnot. So by eliminating that master tenant agreement, you are eliminating those substantial lease payments, which are affecting the loss, if you will, being currently booked to the CRA, because as master tenant under that lease, it is the one who is carrying the burden of those losses.
I see. It doesn't answer that question, Mr. McCoy?
No.
It doesn't?
But we, you know.
No, answer it.
No, I guess I don't understand that. You know, he's.
May I?
Yes, go ahead. Mr. Evans, go ahead.
So previous years, the cost to the CRA to manage the event center would be $1 million loss. By proceeding with the unwinding of this transaction, the loss is going to be reduced to $650,000. And then what we'd like to do is, whether it's the CRA or the city, is undergo a study to review the operations costs and revenues so that we could bring them back some changes to this board for your consideration that would help further change that. So by unwinding the tax credit transaction, we are reducing the loss that the CRA experiences.
Well,
unfortunately, it's still
Can I clarify
$650,000.
and ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
So, Mr. Scott Evans, I think I've heard, but the CRA currently isn't absorbing any of the losses currently associated with the operation of the Marina Event Center. That's only prospectively. So if we exercise option 1, at that point, we would be absorbing the losses. Am I correct?
Well, we've absorbed the losses since it was first constructed. So.
Right, but I thought that was specifically with the Marina Event Center. What is the RB MEC?
Yes, because of the way the new market tax credit transaction was set up, any losses didn't occur to the CDE. They, in fact, made a profit every year, which can now be reinvested into the project for build-out or whatever the board recommends.
Can I insert a clarification? But right now, at this point, we're not carrying the losses on our books at the CRA, is what I'm saying.
This year, the CRA is responsible for any losses in this building, yes.
No. I mean, before the dissolving of the tax credits, before that burns off, we're not carrying losses on our books related to the event center operations.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
We are, and that's an operational cost. So the cost for us to provide the services here, payroll costs, insurance, or what have you, it is at a deficit, but it's considered as part of the operational budget. It's no different than Barracuda Bay. We don't show it. We know that's a loss, but our budget is balanced, and we utilize other revenue to be able to subsidize. So it is still a situation where it shows up in the budget, but it is not in a specific line item that shows that this particular operation is at a loss. So it is always reflected in the budget documents. We just balance it out as part of the revenue intake with the CRA. So it's always been there since the inception of the relationship.
Okay, and if I can just add this last point, because you have, and I brought this up before, the maintenance of just the common areas of Bicentennial Park and even, I guess, the promenade out there, that essentially is city's property that the CRA has been covering. So, from a standpoint, a lot of the losses aren't necessarily generated by the operation of the Marina Event Center. There are some common area costs that goes into that. So, and I don't know, it could not, no way possible could it have been this complex to put this deal together, just to take it apart, because, this is just beyond me, and it takes only 4 or 5 times, and I still don't understand it. So that's, why I'm asking these questions, Mr. Scott Evans and Jonathan Evans.
I have to agree with Mr. McCoy in this sense, is that it seems that the city would be more in a position to cover those losses than the CRA. And the way that, it's looking, I think the city is in a better position to do that. And I understand that it may be a budget issue at this time for it. And this was just for discussion. This was not, for something that we should be voting on. And because I still do, as Mr. McCoy does, I still do have some questions about this.
Madam Chair.
In terms of what option it should be.
Madam Chair, if I could, though, we have the ability to change this 6 months down the road. Right now, adopting option 1 makes it easier, if you will, for the staff to make those staffing changes, to make those changes to the it becomes an issue of allowing the staff the time to make this transfer. So doing this tonight accommodates staff's request to have this set up this way, and then ultimately, ultimately the CRA is not going to be in existence. So of course we want the city to be,
Right.
responsible. But at this point in time, the best thing to do would be to say to the staff, we'll go ahead, this body approves option one, and then ultimately the city can take over, but for right now, the CRA will do this. And I just have one other quick question, if I may.
Yes.
When is the CRA budget process beginning?
Well, we've been,
Mr. Evans?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we are incorporating that in the discussion with the city budget. So
Right,
you're going to
okay.
hear about the utility district, the city, the CRA,
Okay.
all of it in one instead
I
of
thought
having
so.
additional meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if
Yes,
I may.
no, go ahead.
To provide some additional clarity, we do need a decision from the board this evening. We are still going to go through a comprehensive analysis, and I had a discussion with Scott not too long ago about if the city was to operate it, the cost associated with it. If the CRA continues to maintain it, what is the cost? And then bring that back in subsequent discussion, and then some recommendations on the marketing, promotion, and the cost that we levy related to activities and events and the programs. And so we are going to end up bringing this back to you, but for the purposes of the budget process, on the city side, I'm not, at this particular moment, not really enthused about taking an operation that's a $650,000 loss leader, because then that puts it on the city side. So how do I find the $650,000 to balance the budget? So it would actually put us in a precarious situation if we made the transfer immediately. Now, if we have conversations and discussions and we can plan accordingly, we may be able to see, okay, is there a situation with some of the staff coming over? Is there some other positions that we have? Is there some tweaks that we can make to operate a little bit more efficiently? Is the cost that there's a very comprehensive analysis that I'd recommend us going through, which we are going to do before we made that. But if we were to transfer it to the city right now, the balanced budget that I'll be sending to you on Saturday, I would have to find $650,000 to balance it out to be able to accept the operation as it is right now, versus a situation where the CRA's budget is already prepared and is been absorbing the deficit related to the revenues versus the expenditures.
And I certainly understand that much better. Could I offer an amendment that we do this temporary until we can do a monetization plan, so that we can come back and know where this is? Because it seems as if it's not an issue of, who has what, but an issue, to me, clearly looks like a budget issue. So we can, with the caveat that we can bring this back.
I think that's the
Yeah.
understanding. And I accept that modification to the motion if,
Yeah,
Yeah.
then that's what we do.
does the second of the motion accept that modification?
Yes.
Any
Madam
other?
Chair?
Yes,
Thank-
sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we're just making the decision right now for budget discussions, we will be bringing this item back. I really think that we have to address it immediately, because for 7 years, we still have dirt in our marina. We have space that's been not utilized, and we could have invested into building it out and getting a tenant in there to generate some additional revenue. So I really think that we have to look at the management and operations of the event center, whether it's in the city or within a private sector, to get this done immediately. So once we do move forward with this just for the budget item, I think this is an item that needs to come back immediately to us as quickly as the budget is announced and processed. We need to discuss what we're going to do with this event space and have some tough discussions about it to figure out how we can move forward. Because an unfinished marina, when I walked through and saw dirt inside of the marina, and it's been there from inception and not even utilizing that rental space, whether it's for expansion of what's currently here or an additional space, it doesn't make any sense. And that actually shows why we are losing the money, because we have a lack of management. So we can move forward tonight with keeping it within the CRA just for the budget talks, but as Councilwoman Lanier stated, let's make sure that we bring this back as quickly as we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair?
I agree with that. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. So, Mr. Evans, CRA director, can you ask the manager, I'm saying, can you ask the manager to have this a part of those departmental quarterly reports that we get from Mr. Sherman? Because quite frankly, if you're balancing the budget, there's no real expectation, and I think the auditor was right on point, that we know or understand that the real true operations of the Marina event centers, because we've never seen that. And that is so tough for us to make a decision about this when that's the case. And to Mr. Lawson's point, that is absolutely fine, and I support it. But the grand question is, we go back to the issue of parking. Can you really afford to put $1.5 million into building out that space? And we currently don't even have, enough parking to accommodate the existing amenities around the marina. So this is something that has a lot of strings and tentacles attached to it, and I think we have to be able to get this addressed sooner than later.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, and Councilperson, to your point, we are going to bring all the programs and activities that we charge a fee for service as part of the quarterly report, so you can be able to see real time which operations are exceeding their projections and are generating revenue versus those that are loss leaders, because we may want to make some tweaks or modifications to be able to capture the revenue, or take a look at these operations if we can make some efficiencies to be able to continue to make some improvements. So that will be incorporated in the quarterly reports that we provide by finance that shows our ledger, to be able to see which is running in a deficit and which is exceeding projections.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, and I want to call the question, but I want to make sure that we bring this back, and as but I agree with Mr. McCoy in terms of all of these tentacles. I think that for a long time, this board has kind of been in the dark about all of these streams that could or could not happen. So bringing that information by having the finance director to lay it out, that is something that we definitely need to know in terms of information to move forward. And with that being said, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Lawson?
Yes.
Co-Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Very good. That is the end of our agenda. Any comments, Mr. Evans?
Yes, Madam Chair. We had an opportunity to host the governor from the U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as the Senate President and other senators that were in the Riviera Beach Marina, telling them about some of the great things that we have going on. I do want to say, unfortunately, Councilperson Lawson, the mayor, and I have taken the liberty to take one for the team to be the first ones to go visit them in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and then the next delegation we can definitely send. But nonetheless, they're excited about a relationship with the city of Riviera Beach, and we did proffer the opportunity to work with them in a sister city relationship. And the mayor did present the governor with a key to the city of Riviera Beach. And so they were very appreciative of the hospitality and had an opportunity to take a brief tour of the fulfillment center that is on 13th and President Obama, from the company that we are not supposed to name, that will be operating here in the city of Riviera Beach, as the U.S. Virgin Islands is getting the same type of facility. So they did take a tour of the facility down in Miami, and this facility here in Riviera Beach is going to be a unique facility that is going to provide basically expedited service, that you can conceivably order something that day and get it later on in the afternoon. And roughly right now, it's about 200 jobs, and the minimum starting wage is $15 per hour. If any of the board members are interested in taking a peek into the building as it makes progress, we do have some contact information from the construction manager that's running the project, as well as a representative from that company that is on site as they do some of the build out. So we were definitely enthusiastic about the opportunity to work with the port, Tropical Shipping, and we are excited about the relationship that we're going to have with the U.S. Virgin Islands. And that concludes my comments,
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I do think that it ought to be the decision of this august body as to the composition of that delegation. However, I know
Composition
that
of that delegation, of course, there are no women.
Yeah, what happened to the?
All right, very good. Comments from our attorney.
We just look forward to being of service to the city. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Mayor?
No comments.
Mr. Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first and foremost, I just wanted to welcome our new attorney to the team. We are excited to move forward. Thank you so much for actually coming to work with the city. For residents that didn't get to hear earlier, we're going to be hosting a Congress Corridor Community Town Hall. District 5 will be hosting a series of town halls starting on August 5th. It'll be at 6:30 with a tour of the library. We're going to be looking at addressing public safety, youth empowerment programs, Fire Station 88, Parks Master Plan, and also having a condensed version of the reimagined Riviera Beach that's going to be hosted by Mr. City Manager Jonathan Evans. So please, residents, if you're available, please come out to the library next Thursday at 6:30 p.m. This is going to be focused on the Congress Corridor, but what we will do is be hosting different forums throughout the community over the next 2 to 3 months, so that we can really just take our ideas, discussions, and concerns from the residents into the communities to have them answer any questions or concerns they may have with staff there. So colleagues, again, you're welcome. Please, I would love for you to attend so that our residents can get directly to our staff and to their elected officials. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Patel?
I made my comments at the earlier meeting. I'll pass.
Very good. Pro Tem?
I just wanted to repeat my announcement from earlier, the medical detox, potential medical detox center that may be coming by 14th and Broadway. They'll have a community meeting for those that live in the area. The meeting will be on Tuesday, August 3rd at 5:30 p.m. at Jay's Ministries, 2831 Avenue S. The man that is running the center definitely understands that the community wants to be involved, so please make sure you come out on August 3rd at 5:30.
Thank you. We are adjourned.